Assemble the accused! Bear witness to their trials! The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, ruling out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor, Gary Beekler. Gary, how are you tonight?
I am doing well, sir. Happy to be on your channel and to put a few things on trial. We have some convicts or some, I don't know, innocent till proven guilty. No,
They're guilty, absolutely.
Yes, I'm ready.
We are going to have a good time. All of a sudden, my levels have gone insane, and I don't know what's going on. I'm going to check that real quick.
I feel like
everybody hear me okay? Do I sound okay to you?
You sound okay to me.
Okay, that's really weird.
And to put,
Just something weird went on. Anyway, I'm hearing myself oddly, but
level.
it seems like everything's okay. So welcome to the Inquisition, folks. Like I said, I'm Dictor Van Doomcock, broadcasting from the center of the earth. We have Gary Beekler with us. And today we are going to talk a bit about The Boys. We're going to review that final episode of season 2 of The Boys. If we can wake Gary up. I know, Gary, that you fell asleep a number of times during this this episode. Even fell down and hit your head at one point. No, I'm just kidding. But no, you were not enthralled.
If I hit my head, I wouldn't notice. It's the hardest part of my body. So no, I wasn't enthralled. I actually had to watch this in bits and pieces because I was so effing bored. And I know, listen, sometimes we go against the grain, folks. I know people are loving this show. And I think season 2 was, this episode was better than last. It was better than the 7th, but the 7th episode sucked. So you're saying it was better than sucked. I find it to be predictable, nonsensical, and at the end, and I'm probably going to have to do a full-on breakdown review of this show. Like, I'm just not going to sleep this week because I missed your mom this week. So I'm like watching Junior by myself. And yeah, I'm going to have to break this down and because I don't know if everyone caught like how bad this thing is. And I didn't even know. I was talking to Mahler last weekend and he was picking out stuff that I didn't even catch, of course, because he's Mahler and me, I'm, drugs. But, and like now he opened my eyes to a couple of things and I was watching it with, because I got 4 eyes. So with the new pair of eyes, and
you got a lot.
I got a lot of eyes, man. And it was nonsensical. It like everything that happened at the end was completely contrived. There was a little shock ending just to shock you. But as far as this, I think the show should be character focused. That's what the comic was. It wasn't really about the plot or the conspiracies. They were good, but like I cracked open a comic book to read about the Butcher and see what like debaucherous things the heroes were going to do next. And this one is really like we have a plot and a little surprise at the end that's supposed to shock you. And there's some very powerful characters in this and strong women, lots of strong women in The Boys. It should have been called The Girls. But it's the end, like how they beat Homelander at the end was utterly stupid, like utterly stupid. And I thought they were going to pay off how they stopped Black Noir because they did it with the same thing. They held up a fucking cell phone and said, I got pictures and I'll send them if you don't stop now. And somebody goes, okay. Instead of like, I'm Homelander, I'm super fast. I could like take that phone out of your hand and crush you and then probably get to the next person I know who has that phone and crush them. And he's got super hearing. So like things don't work all of a sudden and it makes no sense, but there's also far worse than that. So yeah, I didn't really love the episode, if you can tell.
I didn't either. I thought it was boring. Like you said, I found myself squirming. I found myself looking at the clock and wondering when the hell, this thing is going to get on with it. There's just going to be one spoiler I'm going to have to talk about at some point. I mean, there's just no way to address it without talking about this spoiler. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to talk about it. I hope you all by now have seen it. It comes out on Friday, Gary?
Thursday, well, yeah, Thursday night, Friday.
Okay, so it's been out for days. So I mean, come on. I don't think you're missing much. But I have to talk about this spoiler in a minute. But I have to say, my big objection with this show is there's really nobody on it that I give a damn about. I've said that week after week, and that still hasn't changed. Another huge problem that I have with a superhero show is I'm still not fucking clear on what exactly their superpowers are. I mean, sure, I understand, Starlight can do light and Stormfront can shoot lightning and shit like that. But you get into this little thing that happened in the finale, and it just drives home how empty this entire experience has been, Gary. So anybody that doesn't want to hear the very ending of what happens in this episode, I guess stop listening for a few minutes and come back in a few minutes and we'll probably be done with it. But here it goes. Okay. So Stormfront, you mentioned that at the end, there's a big girl fight and the boys just stand there looking.
Yep.
They just stand there looking as like the silent girl that supposed to be so kick-ass, but I don't know why she's so badass. She just is. Starlight and what's her name? I forget.
Maeve?
Who was it? Yeah, Maeve, Queen. Yeah. They gang up on Stormfront. And they're beating the shit out of her and they're kicking her and stuff. The boys at one point, they shoot at her in the back, but the bullets just bounce off. Bullets just seem to bounce off of Stormfront or any soup that they don't want to be shot at that time. It just seems like, okay, all soups are bulletproof or something. I don't know. But the thing is, the problem with this is, okay, at the end, Stormfront gets stabbed in the eye with a knife. But they've been shooting at this bitch forever, and the bullets are just bouncing off. And so what the fuck? I don't understand what exactly her powers are. What exactly is her state of invulnerability? Why does a knife in the eye work when bullets don't seem to work? If bullets do work, then why aren't the boys who are supposed to be these crack shots aiming at her fucking head all these time? Is there any answer to these questions, Gary?
No, because they're supposed to be just super strong, and I guess some have healing ability, some don't, unless it's a catastrophic injury. And I guess only their bodies are bulletproof and not their eyeballs.
Their eyeballs are part of their body, but I mean, if you were the boys, wouldn't you be trying everything? Wouldn't you be shooting for the head, shooting for the eyes all this time?
These are some ex-military guys. You think they would be pretty decent shots. And I would just sniper them right in the eyes, especially the ones who don't have super hearing. It would be pretty easy to take them out. And what's the best scene? Well, there's only like really two good scenes in Superman Returns. The Stalker Superman, and it's
that's a creepy movie.
Yeah, it is. The bullet in the eye scene and the plane crash scenes, but it shows that his eyes are bulletproof as well. And you would think it would be the same. And it's just, it's this convenient stuff that just doesn't happen or needs to happen when it has to happen. The very definition of contrived.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what happens when you are so concentrated on your agenda that it drives everything. And then the viewer can suss it out pretty easily. And then you start making like little mistakes like this because you just had to have a girl fight which didn't include the boys, and in the comic the boys beat the shit out of Stormfront. It's the boys the shit out of Stormfront, and the male Stormfront. So no, there's no explanation for this, and there's also no explanation for some other things that happened. But at the end, that was they really what they were going for. They wanted to have the Darth Vader scene, the Anakin scene. They wanted to have a pop culture reference, because you have to have pop culture references in everything now. In your pop culture, it has to be referring to pop culture at all times. And I got to give credit where credit is due, who eloquated it in a way that I could understand, because sometimes I'm a little slow, but it's very fan fiction-y. And that was from Literature Devil. He brought this up a couple days ago. He said, like, everything has got to be catered to fan fiction now. And it has, this comes from Twilight, honestly. This all comes from Twilight. So now it's infected a Garth Ennis adaptation. That's the most disgusting thing about this. is you want to talk about selling out, dude. Wow. I just watched like the most hardcore punk rock band like turn bubblegum,
Yeah. That's exactly it. That's a good analogy. I mean, they are so tepid in comparison to the comic at this point that it almost has become the thing that Garth Ennis hates, just another silly ass superhero show. Only it's even worse than most superhero shows, because at least most superhero shows define what exactly the character can do, what is their weaknesses, and so on and so forth. But it's impossible to give a shit at this point when they go ahead and do exactly like you said, like Queen Maeve says, you're going to stop it or else I'm going to show the world this. In which case, Homelander could have easily just disintegrated it with his heat vision and said, what? Show them what? Of course, you would assume that she had files elsewhere and so on, but it's just the same shit. It's just the same compromat kind of thing that they already played that card earlier this season. Well, like you said, right? I mean, they went ahead and made, Noir piss off with a alleged photograph of or proof of his kid. So, I mean, it's the same shit.
So, I mean, yes, Homelander's standing in front of his kid at that point. So he's well behaved right there. But then he could just go, because Maeve obviously, see, that only really works is if you're willing to die. To die for that. Like, I'm going to die for this. Maeve wants to live. So I would just wait for a time where she's alone and I'm Homelander and I just, fry everyone around her and go, what were you going to tell everyone again? I'm sorry. And like have my eye beams, like an inch away from her head or something. Like, I'm sorry, you were saying you were going to tell people something. I couldn't quite understand. And yeah, that's all it would take. And then, or just take her out completely, because he's Homelander. And it if they would have done something a little smarter, it still was. But the worst part about it, Doomcock, was we're talking about the last 5 minutes of the show, the last 7 to 5 minutes. Everything else is I'm talking in a room about my feelings, or I'm talking about my mother and how I liked Billy Joel and that. I'm like, oh my God.
I know. A lot of conversations in cars, sitting around, chewing the fat, sitting on a park bench with Huey again. How many park bench scenes have we had with Huey and Starlighter?
A lot. I have to go back and look. It feels like a lot.
Feels like every damn episode where they were together.
Yeah.
Period. It was on a park bench. That's their thing. But yeah, you're right about Stormfront being a callback to Anakin Skywalker in Revenge of the Sith. But what they do in calling out these pop culture references is they're constantly undermining them. So now instead of a man, it's a woman. It was a bunch of women that took Stormfront down, other than the little boy, but it was only because she was threatening mom. It was kind of sad, and we of course knew that little Johnny was gonna lose his shit and be the most powerfulest ever. You just knew it was going to be, it had to be some kind of emotional upset that would trigger him. And it did. And to, hilarious effects. So there she is, Popeye, the stump girl lying there. I don't know, man. I did not enjoy this season very much at all.
No, it's just, It's in everything now. It's in absolutely everything. I was just talking to I just text Jeremy, who's watching The Haunting of Blythe Manor. He's working his way through it, and I told him, I said I couldn't even get through the first episode, dude. And he's all, yeah, I'm a few episodes in, and it's men bad.
Oh my God. What is The Haunting of Blythe Manor?
It is the sequel to The Haunting of Hill House, kind of.
Oh shit. The first Haunting of Hill House was
pretty good.
Fucking damn good, really.
But no, this is what we get now. We get a good season of television. Then they feel like they have a mandate to give us virtutainment. And that's what we get. We govern by virtue now, and we entertain by virtue.
Ugh, God, I'm not entertained.
No.
Not entertained at all. This is a true, it's around the time that the mainstream media starts proclaiming the show as very successful that that it's gone down the toilet. I mean, we saw this thing. Oh, look at this Netflix. The boys' ratings are the bestest ever. It's like doubling everything. Oh my God. It's like, yeah, that's a sure sign that it's gone woke, and they're just trying to promote it. But even worse than woke, it's boring. It's boring.
That would be my biggest. I mean, like, the thing is, I think we expected the boys to be smarter, because as satirical as the comic is, the source material, it's pretty smart. I mean, it's gross, it's crass, but Garth Ennis isn't dumb. Accuse him of a lot of things. Not a dumb guy. He writes very smart stories, and I thought this show was going in that direction after season 1, and it just turned into kind of on the nose. I mean, you cannot get past. I cannot get past the Nazis through memes thing. It's so cringe. Even saying it, I have a hard time doing it. It's just, oh my God. And then they tried to meme back at the end with that little rhyme and that cartoon. And I just, oh my God, my cringe muscle, my forehead sprained at that point.
Yes.
Final episode. And yeah, it was supposed to feel like this slow burn full of tension, and I just stopped watching halfway through. I'm like, I think I got easily distracted too. I think somebody's live stream came up. I think I'd rather watch it.
No, that's true. But the problem with it is, when you don't care about any of the characters to any great extent, B, you don't really know what the stakes are in a coming showdown, because you don't have any real idea what the heroes can do. It's so ill-defined. You have a feeling, however, that I don't care how many guns and shit they pile into the van. If they didn't work the first time, they're not going to work the 100th time. I mean, the boys have had no success. They've had no impact. They got to rely on other soups to do their shit for them. So anytime the boys go out at this point, it's just like, so what? It's kind of like, your little, little trailer touting pals, painting themselves up in silver and blue and going to help the Cowboys at their football game on Sunday. It's like, well, that's great, but you don't have the tools, you don't have the ability, and you're not going to be on the field. So who gives a shit? And that's exactly what happened. The boys were not on the field in this episode. It was the girls and Mrs. Butcher.
Yeah. And Mrs. Butcher, who, but now that she's dead, she was, supposed to be dead the whole time. And what doesn't get brought up, because the show's different than the comics, obviously, is there are members of the boys, aside from the female, that have compound V, that have strength. That's how they fight, and that's that. I guess it's going to come up later, maybe. But all the dudes were sidelined. The Deep did nothing at all except kill a whale early on and then get screwed over. A-Train was kind of in the background getting screwed over all the time. The Butcher was being told, he had like a couple of moments this season, but that was about it. He was still, following his little orders. And that, the girl fight at the end was I mean, while it wasn't as contrived as Avengers Endgame was, it was close. It was close, and that's done on purpose, so it can be Bechtel test boys. And when I started noticing this stuff, at first it looked like they were playing both sides, and that's all that's all I really ask. Like, if you're gonna, if you want to satirize things, by all means, satirize everything. There's plenty to satirize on both sides, and if I felt like if it was fair, then I would be more invested in the story. But after, Doctor Who, Star Trek, Star Wars, Marvel Comics, DC Comics, Westworld, Watchmen, Mr. Robot, shall I go on? Legion. It's just thing after thing after thing after thing. I'm just happy Taboo never got a second season.
You'd think they would have gone bad, huh?
Yeah. I that's going to be part of my next couple of videos. It's just like, I would wait a couple of years to make anything. I think, take the time, go back, enjoy some source material. But no, what's funny is the thing they satirize with this show is what's making it popular, right? They satirized it with, and I wonder how Garth feels about that. Garth Ennis feels about it. They go into the planet Vought, and there's all these, products and stuff. And if you go to the Amazon Prime, there's a boys store where you can get boys stuff.
Oh, isn't that special?
Yeah. And it's and it's on a network with I don't know if Bezos is a trillionaire yet, but he probably will be someday.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just, this is Hollywood now. They're trying to still play like they are the punk rock, like they're not the system, but they are the system. And the boys is supposed to be just not about the system. And and then the other revelation from last week with I'm blanking on his name now, Black Noir.
Yes.
And just he's done nothing in 2 seasons. Absolutely nothing.
No, just scowled and skulked. That's it. Basically acted menacing without anything to back it up. Yep.
And the big twist, that would be fine if they would have kept the twist, but they didn't, obviously. So I think, it's fair to say everybody saw that his mask was taken off and Black Noir is a black man. He's not in the comics, we'll just say.
Yeah. But at least he's in a coma. His little nut allergy thing put him in a coma, which is at least some small scale of.
Yeah, and he's not dead. So.
No, he's not dead. And hell, Stormfront isn't dead, right?
No. And there's a couple of directions they could bring her back, which is a possibility. They can do Compound V zombies. They could do a lot of things.
Yeah, I remember when here's the problem again, Gary. Fucking Homelander's heat ray eyes scorched the hell out of Stormfront, and yet she was fine with it, but this girl can stab her in the eye.
Yeah.
Again. I just have a big problem with this. And it's just emblematic of the whole damn show that they lack the courage of their convictions. They haven't really done, and what they've done is they've built a political environment. They've built this thing into a political platform, but they have not done any world building. They don't have any real detailed, deep mythology for these characters. They have no reality. They are just placeholders for speeches and political positions and so on and so forth. It's boring. It's just so boring. I never felt involved in this season at all.
No, I know you said it at the beginning. Which sums it up really is there's no characters you really care about. Anthony Starr's Homelander is by far the best thing. Carl Urban is great, but he is hamstrung by a script. And Huey is supposed to be the audience surrogate. The Huey and Starlight are the people we root for, right?
Right.
I could care less about Huey. I mean, and it's the actor. Sorry, the guy's like a nothing. He's not terrible or anything. He's just a nothing. He's
yeah.
If Huey died, I wouldn't care.
I really wouldn't. And they're trying to add his significance, like saying, "Oh, he's good for you. Oh, you need Huey. Oh, I like Huey." It's like they're telling us, "You're supposed to like Huey," and it's like, yeah, too bad I don't. Too bad I'm just really bored with Huey. And it is the actor. By the way, that actor is on Star Trek Lower Decks. By the way,
yes, he is.
he was in the panel that bombed so spectacularly at New York Comic Con this week. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I was quite amused on that. And I did get somebody sent me a few numbers on that video. So we'll talk about that in just a bit. But are you excited for season 3?
No, I'm not. Not excited about anything from Hollywood. Maybe The Expanse coming up. A little excited about that, but no. I'll watch it. I'll review it. Hopefully, it gets better. Maybe it's just a sophomore jinx, and they think more about getting back to making it about the boys. Because again, they were all like Frenchie had a Frenchie specific episode, but it led to nothing really. The female, I mean, she barely got her resolution. I mean, they got to dance at the end, but and Mother's Milk did nothing. He drove people around and said, "I got your back," and you can't do that. That's crazy.
He mostly glowered at Huey. He mostly glowered and sulked at Huey. That was about it. That was mainly it. This thing was quite a disappointment, Gary, and I am not interested or thrilled. Homelander is just too powerful and too despicable, has no depth whatsoever. No redeemable features. He's just going to be a dick until somebody makes him stop being a dick, but I don't think anybody is going to stop him being a dick because he's the most compelling character on there, even though he's loathsome. And that's no fun. I mean, so he can just basically do anything he wants, just like he was saying at the end of the damn thing. I could do anything I want. Yeah.
Yep.
And nobody can stop him. And it's just really dull.
Yeah. And we'll see what the reaction is. I mean, I feel the way I feel, you feel the way I feel, and it's not going to affect, what I do on my channel, but we'll see what the reaction is. Cause I'm not in question about this one at all. Sometimes listen, I'll second guess ourselves, and I got to make sure that when I see something, I make sure I see it. I'm not seeing ghosts because we have been just woke to death in Hollywood. So maybe sometimes it's like, am I being too hard on it? But I have no question with this one at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're having to force yourself to watch it, that's a problem. And I know we had to do that with Doctor Who, and we've had to do that with Wokeman and everything else. This is not as obnoxious as Wokeman because innately the writing is better. It does have at least a modicum of a sense of humor, a shadow of a sense of humor. Every once in a while, like the dick tentacle, little moments like that are pretty golden, and usually got maybe one or two an episode. So that mitigates the suckage to some degree. However, I think I was actively hating Doctor Who, actively despising Wokeman, rolling my eyes very, very hard at Westworld. So, at least hatred and disgust isn't boredom. But I think boredom is really one of the worst things of all when you get right down to it. And I think this show is guilty of that in spades for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And the disappointing thing is there will be a show that comes out someday that's brave enough to at least, I would prefer, this show you can get political in, sure. It fits. I get it. But there's, and there is a twist at the end that might point in that direction, but I will tell you it's not. And that's one shock I don't want to tell you, but the ones, for the people out there who saw the show and saw the thing that happened at the very end, and you go, wait a minute, that's a step in the right direction, because they're saying they're flipping the script on that a little bit. They are, but I want you to keep in mind two words: intersectional feminism. Intersectional feminism, where with Stormfront, they made her look like she was the victim of she was obsessed with a man. So it was the man who corrupted her. And keep in mind that that's how they tell stories nowadays. Now, if they make this person a genuine bad guy, that would be interesting. We'll see, because that could be a good way to start out taking on both sides and showing something to the effect of, in most cases, when it comes to, say, government, there is one hand with the puppet strings, and that's it. And I think that would be interesting, but I think it's all going to come down to probably an anti-capitalist message, intersectional. I mean, that's what I've come to expect, and they have delivered. They have delivered on that one. So
they have. It's really interesting at the end of this episode to me that they're trying to basically get us back a little bit to the actual comic series, because now they are founding a governmental bureau to deal with the soups, which is what we had in the start of this thing, and trying to recruit Butcher and the boys essentially to come inside the government and then use government resources and stuff to try and keep superheroes in check, which is what we actually should have had it starting out as in the first place. So I thought that was interesting. Of course, this division is going to be led by a woman. Did you see that coming, Gary?
AOC, of course it was. All positions.
Says the female CIA director. Oh, by the way, Victoria, blah blah blah. Yeah, she's going to be the boss of heading up this. And I just rolled my eyes. It's like, so every fucking thing in the government, in industry, everything that isn't evil is going to be run by a woman. Although she's questionable, because apparently she's a soup as well. But we won't talk much more about that.
Yep. That's where they might be flipping the script, but we thought they were flipping the script before, and they actually went like hardcore on the nose. So that's what I would expect at this point. I mean, after the third season of Westworld, when we're like, maybe they'll learn from their mistakes.
Well, yeah, The Expanse has learned from its mistakes, at least, because it's going weekly this year. Yay! That's outstanding.
They listened.
They listened.
Yeah, the trailer was pretty good.
It was. I was excited. I was intrigued. I'm praying to God that they won't go woke. Now, I don't know, Gary, this latest book that they're adapting here, was that the one where it went bad and went woke?
No, because it was written here. I'll even get you the exact date, because it's called Nemesis Games.
Okay.
And it's the best book. It's like The Empire Strikes Back. And I could have predicted this. It was written and produced in 2015. Anything after 2016 goes to shit. I mean, it's pretty clear. And that's when the book series took a turn for the worse. Michio Pa is a character that hopefully they left out of the last book, and hopefully they leave her out of the series, because she's an awful character. She's basically a fracking. They always talk about Yahtzees. She's a Yahtzee to the nth degree, but they make her like Uber woman. So,
oh, jeez, really?
Oh yeah. There's things. I mean, I can't spoil.
Yeah, no, don't spoil anything. But I haven't read the books. That's the thing, is I'm looking forward to reading the books, and I will read the books once the TV show has run its course. I hope that they will do the whole thing and see through the vision of the entirety of it. Then I'll go read the books, because I'm sure that the books in the end of the day are going to be quite a different perspective on The Expanse. So I'll get kind of two versions of The Expanse at once, but I don't want to, cross the streams, I don't want to go ahead and get like the lore from the book tangled with the lore from the show. I'm just going to stay pure on the show until it's done.
That would be the best thing to do, because
I think so.
I think the show's going to go a different route than the books for sure towards the end as well. Okay, they're going to have to. They're going to have to. But yeah, dude, it's tough to review something like that when you know somebody's involved with it, but then after a while, I kick in. Let's just say I could only be me, I guess, and that's it's going to be unfortunate. It might make things awkward at a party or something like that, but
yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
That's life.
That is life.
I saw your video. Hey, Derek.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to review it honestly and fairly. And of course, we will discuss every episode on the Inquisition. So I'm really looking forward to that. Some wonderful fodder for weeks and weeks and weeks for us to talk about. That's exciting.
It is. Oh, yeah. And my God, Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, no. Oh, CBS, you have screwed the pooch. Good God, you people, it's Viacom CBS. Do you wake up at night in cold sweats thinking about what Kurtzman is doing to make your lives a little less valuable over at CBS? The stock drop a little bit more. Kurtzman Trek is the greatest affront to Star Trek you could have possibly asked for. Cancellation was not as cruel to Star Trek as Kurtzman has been. Those idiots have absolutely taken your crown jewels, thrown them in a meat grinder, ground them up into dust, taken them in powder capsule form, and turned them into shit.
Yep.
Just shitting out Star Trek diamonds. That's Kurtzman right now. And you people are allowing it to happen. Because of lawyers, because of contracts, what in the actual F are you people doing? And now, I mean, they're trying to sell us. We're going to talk about that, okay? We're going to talk about the New York Comic Con shit in a minute. Let me go through here. There was a super chat here with Mage Grey Wolf for $5. Thank you, Mage Grey Wolf, saying, not meaning to get political, but have you noticed Homelander is how the writers view a certain orange man? Well, I would say that a lot of these characters are how they view us, how they view the fans. That's for damn sure. I can't think of what particular character. I think it might be Stormfront. I mean, if Homelander is a certain orange man, I think they tried to make like Stormfront basically YouTubers and fandom menacers. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they don't even do the least amount of homework, and they realize that we are not Yahtzees, and we denounce white supremacy when I actually see it, which I honestly haven't seen it since I was in prison. So don't. They want me to denounce something that unless they mean the entire system, and I think it goes well beyond the orange man with Homelander. I think that's how they view America. And they review all people, on everyone on the right. They just see as a bunch of dumb country bumpkins who are maggots now, apparently maggots, according to one pundit out there. And you know, us, the folks over here, and I'm everybody. I think the one thing we all agree on that use the hashtag the Phantom Menace is everybody's welcome here, including people who support the president or people who don't. And we just want fandom to be a place where we can talk about fandom and fan stuff. It's where we have our fun, our little bit of relief from our lives, which might, you know, aren't all miserable. It's not like we all need this stuff, well, until recently, but you know, we just like to have fun once in a while, turn off the mind, and go enjoy a dumb superhero movie. And this falls under what Alan Moore said again Okay, this is making the rounds. He gave an interview and just repeated himself from what he said last year. Well, we actually talked about it on an Inquisition, I think, within the last 7 months. Every time Alan Moore pops up his head, he talks about, America is a bunch of grown children, and superhero movies are Ubermen, and seeing adults going to watch superhero movies is something scary to him. And this is a guy who thinks he's a fucking wizard. So I wouldn't listen to, I love his writing. I will read his books. I think he's a talented enough writer to not let his personal stuff come through all the time. Certainly those messages are there, but he's still a good writer, and he cares about story first. But when he gets into human form and starts talking, like, I wouldn't take any life advice from Alan Moore. He is an internal clinical curmudgeon. He's miserable. And you can practice the occult. I'm not shaming you for that. If you want to practice the occult, by all means, do it. Get your groove on. I don't care. But don't talk about the infantilization of America when you think you're a wizard. It's hard for me to get past that.
Well, I mean, he does work like chaos magic, just like Grant Morrison actually does. And I think that kind of thing actually can work because of the aforementioned non-duality that we've discussed on the exozone. I think that explains a lot of paranormal things like, telepathy and premonitions and things like that. It's because the Akashic record and everything else. So, I mean, I don't mock him for that. I'm very sad that, however, he has become such a curmudgeon, and I do not respect people at all who decry their earlier successful work. I think that is ungracious. I think it is ungenerous. I think it's very small and petty, and it just alienates people that have given you their respect, their affection, have supported you financially, and enabled you to be ascending to this lofty point where then you can go ahead and condescend and look down on all you did before, and by extension, everybody else that brought you to the fucking dance. I have no respect for that. It's kind of like, the old cliche of Shatner in that parody of, get a life, people. You've taken it, that kind of attitude exists with certain celebrities, and I find it absolutely contemptible. I would never do anything like that. I am always very, very, very grateful to anyone that has supported my efforts on YouTube. And, I don't give a fuck if somehow, in 10 years, something really weird happens and I become like an Oscar winner or some shit like that, some crazy, twist of fate that nobody could foresee. I sure as shit am not going to say, hey, Doomcock, I loved your YouTube channel. I will be saying thank you. I'm very proud of that stuff. And not shitting on people that loved what I did. So in that regard, I really do have a problem with Alan Moore and his infantilization of the American blah blah fucking blah.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to go there, for one, he hasn't set foot in America in decades. He hasn't watched a superhero movie.
Right.
Batman 1989, like he said. And to assume that people don't have full lives who enjoy a superhero film is a false assumption, obviously. And I would say that most of you in this chat probably have much fuller lives than most celebrities, than most uber rich people, people like Alan Moore, who are, again, probably clinically depressed, probably just always miserable, never smiling and not having a good time. And he writes comic books, and I know you guys look and go, damn, you think that he would be a little grateful and have some fun. That's what I always consistently, if I was a movie star and my bank account was effing full and I'm like, I act, and like, I honestly don't need to act ever again after a couple of hit movies, and holy crap, that's awesome. I just joy throughout the world. But
I suspect that what it is with Alan Moore, honestly, is that DC burned him and, effed him over so bad that I think he has kind of just become extremely bitter about superheroes, about comics in general. And I suspect that unjustly, he is transferring that resentment and pain over comic books onto fans when really it's not appropriate at all. That's what I think personally.
It's Alan Moore's fault for believing a giant company. It's his fault. It is not DC's fault. DC did what they do. They are a giant corporation. What does Robert Meyer Burnett say? You only get what you negotiate. And if you trust these people when you're in business with somebody, you do not trust. No, everything has to be on writing. And even if it's your best friend, god dang, even if it's your friggin' wife, you need to get everything in writing and handle everything. And hopefully, nothing bad happens, but you cover your ass all the time because you're the only one covering it. So, and to blame it on fans, and for one, be a man, get over it, dude. I mean, that was years ago. He got screwed. Absolutely not. No one doubts that. And I have witnessed a lot of comic book creators get screwed, and it's fucked up, and it makes me angry as hell. But they have to learn the lessons from the past too. Like Alan Moore was very aware of what happened to the creators of Superman, or what happened to Bill Finger.
Siegel and Schuster, and fuck Jack Kirby, man. Jack Kirby, the king. Comics is just a string of broken hearts. It's just a really kind of a sad graveyard of hopes and love and dreams for most of the great comic creators who got screwed over and could not control their own work and were taken advantage of by businessmen. That's basically what it was. And Stan Lee was a great creative, but let's not forget, I mean, he was basically the publisher's nephew.
Yes.
And that's why he was a punk little kid hanging around when Kirby and Joe Simon were creating, legends like Captain America and stuff like that. Kirby was around way before Lee. And then Lee became his boss because, he was, a cousin to Marvin Goodwin. A nephew. So, but to his credit, he met that challenge. That was a case of nepotism that actually paid off because Stan Lee was such a marvelous talent. But this is the way business is done. And more often than not, what happens is that the little nephew or cousin or whoever the fuck it is gets into that office, doesn't deserve it, runs it into the ground. Yeah, I'm talking about the writers on Star Trek Discovery and shit like that. It is not a meritocracy in business, in Hollywood, show business, publishing. And that's the reason why so much shit sucks.
Yeah. And, look at Todd McFarlane. He learned from that lesson, and he seems like a pretty happy dude. Toddy M, and
he's made some smart business choices.
Yep. And done very well for himself. So that's good. But as far as like swinging it back to the boys and the general view of this, you could argue that that's probably going to be the biggest show of this year. And it really does.
It's sad.
It is sad because it is everything that Hollywood is right now. And this is their wheelhouse, which is just nihilism, and it's dark and everybody sucks in it. And
it's true. Yeah. I mean, they have a really nihilistic view of humanity. Even Huey, who's supposed to be like the one nice guy in the thing, they keep calling him a simp and, the cucks fluffer. They just keep riding his ass, just like as if he was Boimler in another life. I don't know. Which he is. You can't win. You can't win. I think the only really good character on there is Starlight. I think that's the only one that's pure and good and everything else. What do you think?
They changed her character for me 2 times up drastically. And it makes her, honestly, it just makes her just kind of there. She's good. She's got some context. She's got little mommy issues, but horrible, horrible, horrible things happen to her in the comic book. And it's her overcoming that and finding Huey, and they kind of need each other. But like, I could see how they dialed a couple of things down. That's fine. But they keep them dialed up for the men and they're just dialing them down for the women. And it really is just soapy. That's, I can't stand that. And I don't watch superhero shows to be soapy. And and this is what they think of the female audience, because they would need to see that stuff. And honestly, a lot of women get bored by that shit as much as we do. And the boy's supposed to be funny. You're supposed to have a little fun with this because it is such dark material, and this isn't fun, most importantly. But
it's not fun at all. It's not funny, and it's not fun. It sucks. I mean, it just, I'll never watch it again. And I think that's a stinging indictment, don't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think like really hard of what new stuff I have taken in this year. What would I watch again? Probably 1917, which is
right. Yeah. I mean, there's some movies, but as far as TV stuff, I don't know, man. The Expanse, the Orville.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We lost a bench.
Legion went down. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. None of the CW shit.
I think
nothing Star Trek. Star Trek Picard.
I think superheroes could have lasted a good long time still.
Yeah.
I was never, I brought it up because it's going to end someday. All right. Not anytime soon, but it's going to end someday. But I think it really is now. DC didn't act fast enough, unfortunately, for them to get their stuff, get the normies into their stuff. Now, DC fans, I know you very well. And Snyder Cut fans, you're kind of a Taliban-ish wing of DC fans, minimalism, and I appreciate that. But there's not enough of you out there to reach the heights that Marvel did. There's just not. You got a passionate fan base, and I think it'll be really good for TV and streaming. But as for film, I don't think so. Marvel taking this big break, they will not be able to achieve what they did with Endgame. They don't need to necessarily, but they need to keep the ball rolling. Because the investors, these bankers that we discuss, and I've discussed this before, who don't watch this shit, who don't care about it, who don't understand fandom or genre at all they're going to look at is the hard data. And that's why we get so much crap, because they look at the hard data, and what they're going to look at is a movie that underperforms. So say the Eternals, when it comes out, does 500 million worldwide or something like that. And I'm just pulling a number out of my butt. And they're going to go, well, or even Black Widow. They're going to go, well, your last movie did 2 billion. And then Disney's going to respond, well, it was the Avengers. It was the culmination of 10 years. And they're like, Avenger Whoosies? What? I don't care. Last movie did 2 billion and this one didn't. So I have a problem with that. That looks like diminishing returns to me, and I might want to invest my money somewhere else. That's the problem with this. And they're going to have to re-strategize everything and maybe go cheaper. And they could have, if they took the Joker approach, which the Batman might be if it ever finishes or gets made. I
wouldn't hold my breath about that.
No, somebody please send some Uber Eats over to Robert Pattinson. A couple of doubles, animal style. That's the way I like it. And some animal fries and like 5 shakes, and then send him a treadmill.
Yes, I have actually been provided with some serious dirt off of the Batman set, but in this case, actually, I have been asked not to say anything, so I won't. But I will at least say that, at least until they clear me to. I was asked to keep this under my hat, but I will say things are not going good. I will just say that. Also, as people in the chat were pointing out, Cobra Kai.
Yeah,
The Witcher, although hasn't that been like 2 years now, or was that?
Do you want to talk about The Witcher real quick? I know we weren't set to talk about this, but
sure.
discussed it on Friday, but you might know. Let me pull up my notes. Give me just a second.
Absolutely. I'm going to actually read a few of these super chats while you're here. Michael Maloney with a $5 super chat. Hail Michael Maloney. And I want to thank Mage Grey Wolf also for the first super chat of the night. Thank you, Mage Grey Wolf, again for that. Homelander, certain orange man. To some extent, yes. Michael Maloney says, hail my overlord, my baby Cenobite, watch over you. Well, that's very, very kind of you. I really have always wanted to have a diaper pinhead. Get it? Michael Maloney, a baby Cenobite. Yeah. Hail, Michael Maloney, and I appreciate that. Digi Akuma with a $2 super chat. Good to see you tonight. I guess you're off or you popped in, Digi Akuma, but thank you. He says, hail, Doomcock, Gary in chat. Happy to be here. We are happy to have you, my friend. Boston College Eagle Deb, BC Eagle Deb with a $5 super chat says, hail, Lord Doomcock. Hope all is well. Thanks for the members only videos. They are awesome. You are very welcome, BC Eagle Deb. And I understand now that YouTube has started like a playlist for all the member content stuff that makes it easier for members to find those exclusive member only videos. And you just need to go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/overlorddvd. And look at the playlists. They're also posted in the community section. So you might want to look through that as well. But you are very welcome. And hail Zontar with a $5 super chat says, I'll get to that in a minute, Zontar, because we're going to talk Star Trek here in a minute. I want to bring those in then. Let's see. I'm going to read some of these ones. Are you there, Gary, or are you ready? Or
I am queued up. I just want to make sure I'm at the right time because I'm going to need you to share something. Give me
absolutely. I'm actually going to go through here in a minute and read whatever super chats directly relate to the boys. I think that would be smart, and that way we can address while we're on the topic stuff that they were asking for. What do you think?
Sounds good.
Should I do it after The Witcher, or should we do it now and then?
We do it now, and then the Witcher thing is real quick, but I don't know if this is a scoop from Lady Gravemaster. She found it for me, so I'm going to give her all the credit. And it's a little sound clip that might be a little disturbing for you all, but you gotta like read between the lines on this one too. But let's handle the boys first.
All right, great. Hold on just a second. I'm just going to scroll through real quick and try to see. Let's see. Will Perkowski with a $14.99 super chat. Thank you, Will, very much for that. He says, hail, my lords, asking because I have not read the source material, but did they really take a W parody senator and gender swap into an AOC parody soup? Stumbled on this because I thought she was the escapee. So took a W parody senator and gender swapped into an AOC parody soup. Yeah.
Is something for the show. So I thought the head popper was the escapee as well, but I think that's going to set up something else. I honestly don't know, but there's a lot of directions they could go from here. That would be good if they adapted them properly from the book, but we are so far off the book now, and it's just
it ain't good. It ain't good. I'm not thrilled. Thank you, Will Perkowski. Yes, you basically have it right. I mean, it really is. I hadn't actually thought of her being an AOC parody soup, but that's pretty much exactly it.
I had somebody protesting outside her window while she was with her mom, telling her to immigrant, go home, because that's what people do all the time.
Of course.
Burning businesses down.
Jesus. Samurai with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Samurai. Says the boys 3-on-1 fight worse than the Irishman fight. Yes.
Be the Irishman.
Although it should be the girls 3-on-1 fight, right?
Yeah, the girls.
It's the girls. They should just change it. It should have the boys crossed out with a crude slash and just the girls written in like lipstick, pink lipstick. Girl power, right?
Yep.
No. Well, I that's what they're planning. That's pretty much what they're doing.
That's what it is. I mean, it's the same basic message and theme that we saw in Watchmen and Westworld. Same thing.
Yep. And speaking of that, see, holy shit, Gary. See, talk about synchronicity. Terminus Est with a $5 super chat. Hail Terminus Est, and thank you. Says, so how does season 2 of this show compare to the second seasons of other modern day shows like, say, Westworld? You just mentioned Westworld. Well, personally, for me, Westworld is the second season of Westworld infinitely worse than second season of this. This is watchable. The second season of Westworld actually kind of made me a little ill. I think it gave me a headache, and I think it did some kind of internal damage. But what do you think? Second seasons of other modern day shows like Westworld, Gary, what do you think?
This was I agree with you. There were still watchable moments in this one, and it had funny stuff that I genuinely laughed at and liked. And Westworld season 2 was a total disaster.
Complete and utter fail. But yeah, it seems like a lot of these second seasons just get woker. They just double down on the woke shit. And when is that going to end? When is it effing going to end? I don't know. Finbar Hooley with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Finbar Hooley. Says, you guys are very entertaining and you're a flashing warning sign. Anything that you guys talk about or cover, I avoid because 95% of the time it turns out to be a travesty of the human condition. You have learned your lesson well, sir. You have learned your lesson well, Finbar Hooley. That is probably a good, sad, but good rule of thumb, other than The Expanse, because The Expanse is damn fine. Also the Orville. So, you know, you might rethink that. I think that's the 5% of the time that it's not a travesty of the human condition. So I guess you're right. Well said, my friend. Terminus Est with a $5 super chat. Again, thank you, Terminus Est. Says, well, I guess Stormfront lost her electrical powers and got reduced to a quivering mess. Therefore, she's no longer stunning and brave. Well, it's because she was a Yahtzee, so she had to go down. Lost her I don't know why her electrical powers would protect her from bullets or from a knife in the eye. I don't know.
I don't know why she didn't just fry everyone.
Yeah,
that's probably what he's saying. Is like they just conveniently didn't work right at the perfect time.
Yeah. Terminus Est again with a $5 super chat. Thank you again, Terminus Est. Says that Congresswoman is AOC, all right. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. Yes, Cortex with an X, not a Z. Who knows? Maybe they'll take shots at the left next season. That's brilliant. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez for blowing up heads. That's fucking perfect. I wonder if that's a pun and deliberate or you're just extremely clever, Terminus Est.
Right?
What do you think?
Extremely clever. He is extremely clever. He watches us. So, and hangs out with these fine, handsome, beautiful, smart viewers in the chat. So
absolutely. Best damn chat in the world. Couldn't ask for more. Could you?
No. Okay. This is freaking brilliant. I was watching The Boys, and I watched so many streams yesterday. A stream came up, and I just automatically went to it. I'd rather watch a stream. I was on my member stream today, and I was talking to one of the fine people in there, and they have a channel, and it's 32 flavors of Nick Weiser. And he like reviews food and does like random stuff. And that, it just made, and I told him this, I'm like, this is why Hollywood's going to lose eventually, because YouTube has this endless trove of entertainment that is just regular people. Nobody's going to shit on you if you see them in real life except for the upper tier YouTubers. I can't speak for them. They are kind of embarrassing, but the regular folk reviewing Popeye's chicken, and do just something random and fun. And that's what Hollywood cannot compete against that at all.
Okay.
And that's why they take shots and say that, everyone here, we're all secretly going to Discord and meeting, white supremacy meetings and figuring out ways to meme people and just, and bring back the whatever number Reich we're on. And because they want it to happen, they need, as the great young Ripa said, they need a dragon to slay. Mm-hmm. So make one up. It's not saying there aren't, and what I mean by making one up, and we largely don't see that, I really mean that the numbers of the people who are genuinely that way are very small and insignificant. And I mean really insignificant, and not the thing we should directly be worried about the most right now. If the numbers grow, and certainly, but that's not the case right now. It's just flat out not the case. But you wouldn't believe that if you watched, if you mainlined the mainstream media every day. And that's just this narrative that's been carried over again with another show which had the same underlying themes as Westworld and Watchmen. I mean, what really was the difference between those three shows as far as thematic? None.
Zero. They were all on point, all the same propagandistic message, all designed to lecture us and inform us of how bad we are.
Yep.
Basically it, Gary.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to get too far into it, but I know it really is. I've rolled with bad people in my life, like really bad people and in really bad scenes. And it's not the bad scenes are bad scenes. They're not too different from what they were, 20, 30 years ago. And largely it's just bad people. There's no, it doesn't see race or anything like that, just like real life.
Yep. 100%, brother. WZRBS with a $5 super chat. Thank you, WZRBS. Says, what was the point of Liberty? It literally meant nothing and changed nothing. How can you have this much filler in an 8-episode season? You got me. I mean, they could have just had her be, the Yahtzee, but I guess it was like to establish a pattern. I don't know. I mean, so much of this was bullshit and filler, Gary.
It was only for the shock. So this hero that was around all the time, they all of a sudden didn't recognize, was she wearing a mask because she was wearing a mask? They didn't explain it. They had that whole backstory of her do something terrible that she got away with, and she was supposed to be the first Homelander. So even they're so intersectional that even the horrific racists need to be female first. Which is great because they are gonna they woke themselves into so many corners. It gets hilarious, like with Doctor Who, when they Tecteun was supposed to be the brave, powerful, stunning woman scientist who built a ship by herself and explored by herself and found and culturally appropriated the Doctor and then tested and killed a bunch of children. Oh, whoops! It's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Terrible. It's a season. And I just tested Stormfront. But speaking of Stormfront, NJ Scoundrel with a $10 super chat brings us a little information. Thank you, NJ Scoundrel, for the super chat. Says, if you watch Prime Rewind Inside the Boys Season 1, they trash the fans for our concern about the Stormfront gender swap. They also flat out say that Homelander is the Orange Man. Clearly, they hate us. So, well, there you go. So they were already in season 1.
Yeah.
They're bitching about us being unhappy about the gender swap. Well, then what the fuck why the fuck do you even bother adapting a comic book if you're just going to change everything about it? I mean, if you don't want to do the damn story, don't do the damn story. But if you're going to do it right. I mean, it's not rocket science that people are fans of the comic book. And when you change the comic book, the fans are unhappy. That doesn't mean that the fans should be mocked or that they're wrong or that they're trolls or toxic or ists or Yahtzees or anything else. It just means they love a fucking comic book, okay? Is it that hard to get it through your fucking heads that people love things? I know you don't love anything. Obviously, you don't love good writing. You don't love a goddamn thing, but some of us still have a little bit of human weakness and foibles in our lives. We still love shit. And so when you fuck with that, you get shit. How is that hard to understand? And I'm so fucking sorry that we are not all cowed. We are not all conditioned to be silent for you so that you can indulge your little creativity. We are a little something called the fucking customer. So we have the right and the obligation to speak up when we don't like what you're doing as the provider of the service that you want us to buy. Why is that so fucking hard to understand? You people are the scum of the earth. You don't love a damn thing. And that is your lack of passion, your lack of commitment to quality, your lack of self-awareness and examination to really ponder over your own work to make sure that it rises above the morass of mediocrity. Because you've got to question yourself when you're an artist. But you question everyone but yourselves. You don't have the discipline. You haven't earned greatness. You haven't suffered like those of us that actually give a damn, actually write, actually paint, actually create things from the heart. From the heart. And we doubt ourselves and we beat ourselves up to make ourselves better. But you've given that up because you have concluded that the consumer is the problem, not you. It's never you, is it? It's never you. And that is why you fail, as Yoda would say. That is why you fail. And you have failed. You fail over and over and over again. You get paid a lot of money for all of your string of contemptible, weak failures. But the saddest failure of all is you people actually believe that you're succeeding because your bank account is getting bigger. You think that because you get paid a lot of money in Hollywood to crank out substandard shit, that you're somehow fucking Joan of Arc or something, and you're goddamn changing the world for better because you're inserting a lot of propaganda in place of actual plot, a lot of agenda in place of talent. A lot of paint by the numbers allocation of diversity and talking points and virtue signaling in place of excellence. So fuck all of you. You're mediocre hacks at best. And we will continue to call you out on your shit. And if you don't like it, fuck you. Get out of the business. Which is where you belong anyway. I hear they're hiring at Tom McCann's or wherever fucking shoe stores they have these days.
They're hiring at Amazon. They can deliver for the company that produces their show that has benefited the most from this lockdown. And they need, what they're finding out now, the adult pretenders in Hollywood, is they are simply a byproduct of a very affluent society that was enjoying a very particularly good economy, one that they were questioning, one that they were helping root on to trash and bring down. And they're going to find out, if things actually happen that way, how necessary they actually are, which is not at all. They are simply our clowns for us to play with whenever we want to. And we have decided, a lot of us, that we don't want to play with them anymore. We're tired of you. We're tired of your shows. We're tired of your act. Again, we don't care if you have your own politics. We're just sick and tired of you demonizing the other side and furthering a narrative that just flat out isn't true, but it's getting people killed. you're the actual danger. The same shit that they were pulling up with the fucking Joker a year ago, the same stuff that they were worried about is actually happening, but from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if I'm very sorry for the innocent parties in Hollywood who are going to lose a lot of work. But you need to look no further than your overlords over there, the bankers and the very rich and who will be very comfortable and just fine actors and adult pretenders who fucked you over by alienating a large portion of the audience that they're going to desperately need in the very near future. But you don't amuse us anymore for the most part. And that's your job. Your job is to amuse us because we actually make the world go round. We actually are the ones who go to work every day, pay our taxes and allow you to have your big ass salaries because we go to your movies. It's not going to happen anymore. Not the way you know it. So again, the Mark Ruffalo's of the world will probably be just okay, but the up and comer, that guy who just sold his script, that gaffer, that effects engineer, you guys are screwed. And if you don't do something very soon about your own, you'll be delivering for Amazon, which is a good job. It's a good job. Actually, they do great. I have to say they're doing better in my post office right now. So hail to the
I know, man. I know.
You guys are good.
Yeah. Geez, I'm just so sick of this, man. I'm just so sick of incompetence masquerading as virtue and mediocrity masquerading as greatness. It just makes me so sick. The hypocrisy is just painful. Just
a lack of gratitude.
I know.
Fucking awesome life that they don't even know what to do with. So yeah, that's the stunning thing about all of this is there's so many upset rich people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, their load might be lightened very soon. So,
well, one, I think it's almost inevitable, frankly. I was going to say one can hope, but I don't see Hollywood coming back anytime soon. I think they're going to have to change. They're going to have to change. Why don't we look at this Witcher thing that you found?
Okay, so let me pull this up. Where is it? I have so many windows up right now. There it is. Okay. Make sure to hit the sound on it too.
Oh, okay.
Or did I? Was I supposed to do that? That's my bad.
Yeah, I think so.
And let's try this again. There we go. Boom. Okay. So I'm going to play this. It might be low, okay, because StreamYards is low. So push your ear close. We'll try not to blast you out. This is Henry Cavill being asked about The Witcher Season 2 and his part in it. Again, thank you to Lady Gravemaster for getting this for me.
But I'm in one of the studio buildings, and they're shooting just over yonder.
I just assumed your home was a scary black box.
Actually, ironically enough, it's only black on the back. The rest of it looks like a super budget Fortress of Solitude around me. It's all white polystyrene walls.
I wish we could turn the camera around. Oh wow.
Yeah.
So second season for this, and as I alluded to early in our conversation, this was a property that meant a lot to you, something you chased. Must be so gratifying that the audience responded and you get a second crack at it to continue this character. What are the lessons learned for you from the first slew of episodes that you're applying to this next batch?
What are the lessons I've learned?
Or is it simply just an opportunity? Like obviously the advantage of an ongoing story is fleshing out the world, fleshing out the character, more time to let it breathe.
I mean, yes. I mean, again, I'm a carriage on this train, and it's about. it's about finding my character's place within the overall vision of the showrunner. The showrunner has a particular vision for the show and characters in the show. And as I don't know if you've read the books, but the books, certainly the first few, is very much from a Geralt perspective. So the shift of the showrunner's vision, where it's an ensemble cast more so than a singular lead, and the perspective is shifted to be almost more of a Cirilla Yennefer perspective. Finding my character's place within that vision, and making sure that I do everything I can to be as faithful to the source material as possible that I can be within the structure set out for me. And so, obviously I want to be a loyal soldier, and I want to make sure the train keeps on running. I'm not going to derail the whole thing. It's about making sure I play my part in it, but also maintaining my love and belief for the fantasy and the books, and indeed the games, because a big gamer, and that the stuff which CD Projekt Red did, absolutely stunning, and they set the bar super high for when it comes to everything Witcher. And so, yeah, it's about finding that place in there where I can do both. I can help the showrunner realize their vision, and also bring everything I can from the books and from that psychopathic, like, loyalist nature of mine into my own personal character.
Oh my God. That is a cry for fucking help.
Well, it's
gotta be, man. It's that right there.
The Witcher, sorry, but it's better to know now than later that the Witcher will not be the main character in his own story. I know the argument. I've heard them all. That the books are from the lady's perspective, and they've already adapted some of that in season 1. And some would argue, I would agree, I liked The Witcher season 1, but it was because of Henry Cavill. And
yes.
I asked Mrs. Nerdrotic, I did a very scientific study. I said, hey, honey, if you had less Henry Cavill, would you be more excited for The Witcher because there's more ladies in it? And she said, no. So that was my scientific research. And I believe that many women will agree that Henry Cavill is why we watch this show. And it's clearly going to go the way you think it's going to go.
Oh, R.I.P. The Witcher. Jesus Christ. That is right there. That's it. I mean, he was struggling. He was trying so hard.
He was
a good soldier. In his own words, to be a good soldier. I mean, there is nothing ambiguous in that. That is plain that they have fucked up The Witcher. And he's a fan himself. And he knows they fucked it up. And so he's trying to put, a little bit of mayonnaise on the shit sandwich of Witcher season 2. Great. So much for that.
And there's going to be a lot of Witcher fans going, I told you. And you did. And, I just said, when I went into the show, I went in pretty, open because I hadn't played the game. I read 2 books. I thought the books are pretty good. The writing in it is, I don't want to disrespect the writer because it might have been lost in translation. They were originally written in Polish, so they're brought over to English. There's a lot of, it's not fanfic by any stretch of the imagination. It sounds like a guy who really likes the ladies. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that at all. But it's he puts the I won't say it, but he puts the P on the pedestal a little bit in the books, and especially the descriptors go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It's always like somebody telling somebody a story, and that's how you get your lore filled in. But it was still entertaining, and I love the world that he built. and I can't wait to play the game because like there is
I love the game.
potential in this show. And it's I just don't think it's something you can make right now, honestly, and make it the right way. Because I think most people, maybe I'm wrong on this one, but most people have played the game, right? So that I would say that's the vast majority of Witcher fans at this point, more than have read the books or anything. And I think the sales might prove that. I could be wrong though. I don't know. And from that perspective, that's not where you're going to get in the show anywhere near that.
No, you're not. For all of you in the chat who are saying that Henry Cavill sold out, no, I don't get that at all. Look, Henry Cavill signed a contract, I'm sure. And I'm sure that his contract did not call for him to have script approval or anything of the sort. I'm sure he wasn't planning on this. And the fact that he is saying that the way he said it, if he had sold out, if he was like a woke wanker like the rest of it, he'd be like, oh, yeah, this season's going to be great. We're going to be, spending a lot more time from Yennefer's perspective. And I think that that's appropriate. I think that it's been too much of a focus on Geralt. And I think that this makes it stronger because I'd much rather have, he'd be spewing the enthusiastic SJW shit instead of kind of stammering and trying to put the best spin that he could on it. But I do not for a minute think that if Henry Cavill had sold out, that he would have been sounding like that. That was like basically like the old, fortune cookie message that says, help, I'm being held a prisoner in a Chinese fortune cookie factory. That was a cry for help. That was a cry to alert people. I don't think he sold out. Do you, Gary?
No. I mean, I understand why you'd think that because, I mean, like, I guess he could quit or could.
You know how contracts are. I don't think
I do. And maybe he did do some stuff behind the scenes. We don't know. I mean, we're in early stages. But considering what we've seen from other shows, are you surprised at all? And
no. I'm disgusted. I'm totally disgusted.
I think he's going to hope for the best. But however you felt about this show, you can't deny it was popular. You can't deny that it had great potential to do great things. And they're shooting themselves in the foot because a showrunner had a success and decided that they had a mandate to do what they remember. That's what the showrunner, Laura Hisridge, originally wanted to do that with the show, and it got nixed. So it was successful, and then they gave her what she wanted in the second season.
To ruin she wanted to ruin season one. Season one, they wouldn't let her ruin. It was a success. So now logically they can go and say, okay, now go ahead and ruin season two. What the F?
The logic might be she knows what she's doing, but let's be real. Aside from a very few shows on Netflix, the vast majority of them turn south in the second season. It's with the exception of maybe Daredevil, but Punisher season 2 couldn't even finish it. Iron Fist season 2 was awful. Luke Cage season 2 was awful. Listen, even season 2 of Stranger Things was a huge step down from season 1. Come on, let's be real. And they just have a hard time with season 2s. And I think this might be a Hollywood thing that, they don't understand because they're still new to fandom in general. And they don't understand that it takes a while for fandom to get really into something. And if you want something to be that water cooler show, it's got to be around 3 or 4 seasons before you can really, and I don't think we're going to get any shows like that. I think streaming will be three and out if you're successful for the most part, maybe 4.
Yeah.
You're not going to see 7 seasons and 8 seasons and 9 for the most part. There might be an outlier once or twice. This could have been one. Now it's not.
Nope. I don't even want to look at it now. I don't even want to look at it. Jesus. I mean, oh God, are we gonna have to watch this shit now?
We're filming it right now, and it's gonna be a while. comes out. So
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I don't really want to see it now. It's going to suck.
but I think Henry Cavill was trying to do his best to say what was going on, and it clearly was bothering him, or he wouldn't have brought it up like that.
Yep.
It just said, "Oh, it's, you're going to see Geralt kick some ass and grow as a character." No, he specifically said, "Well, I'm just a cog in the machine." Henry Cavill is a cog in the machine to those other actresses I can't even name right now.
Yep. That's basically it. And it's going to be Ciri and Yennefer's story as much as his, and or maybe even more. And he's just got to be a team player. Got to go ahead and support that, right? Right?
Right.
Jesus Christ. Well,
House of
on the plus side, Jesus, I'm playing the game right now, and I love the game a lot, having a lot of fun with the game. This is just awful, dude. This is awful. Well, let's talk about something funny. Let's talk about Star Trek.
Let's do it.
Let's talk about Kurtzman and his desperation pitch to seem relevant again at the New York Comic Con Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Lower Decks panel. Yes, we had a virtual con again, and they went ahead and pulled out all the stops this time, folks. They pulled out all the stops. They had the entire cast of Star Trek Discovery there, including Kurtzman himself, the arch devil behind all of this failure, and they had the whole cast of Star Trek Lower Decks, along with Mike McMahon, and they were pulling it all out, and they even had the first scene from Star Trek Discovery Season 3, which is premiering allegedly, I guess, this week, which I'm not looking forward to at all. And you know how well it did, Gary?
How well did it do?
It sucked. The following day, they had 9,700 and I think 54 views.
How much? Say that again.
9,700 and I think 54 views. I might be plus or minus 3 or 4. That's it. That's how much they had the following day. And as of earlier this afternoon, I was sent an updated.
I saw that in the chat. Comic-Con. That was good.
Comic-Con. The updated thing, since it premiered on October 8th, as of this afternoon, it had 14,951 views, Gary.
Wow.
But the funny thing is, they were ratioing the hell out of the thumbs up and thumbs down. They were going all Attila the Hun on negative comments in the comment section of the video, and deleting everything that they could possibly get their hands on. But alas, it appears that they have given up that battle, because as of this afternoon, they had 585 thumbs up and they had 903 thumbs down. After all the deleted thumbs downs, that's kind of was the final tally as of, I think, this afternoon, when I was sent this little updated thing. They were actually going through and erasing thumbs down votes.
How? Well, that's got to be YouTube.
Or through YouTube or something. Yeah.
You don't have that kind of power. So
yep.
I don't know who could be doing that.
Well, under some kind of malign influence, or hitting them up, getting YouTube to do it. Regardless, people were saying, our own Jack Beers on Twitter was saying, yesterday, I mean, this thing premieres in 15 minutes. Yesterday, it had 200 something thumbs down, 205, and they're all gone. People were like reposting deleted comments saying, hey, this was a deleted comment, and reposting it anew. So yeah, a lot of chicanery associated with this horrible panel, Gary. That's the state of Star Trek now. Is that a Star Trek panel revealing the first scene of the allegedly hotly anticipated Star Trek Discovery Season 3. Oh boy, an exclusive Comic-Con peek behind the curtain. And according to Zontar here, with a $5 Canadian super chat, thank you, Zontar, says New York Comic-Con Trek panel had 1.2 thousand live viewers. Small Shark Girl Gura playing Minecraft, 54,000 viewers. Says all you need to know about the state of entertainment.
Yep.
Well, what do you think of that?
That's how far this thing has fallen. And then the next day, we naturally get a fluff piece, as always happens with Star Trek. Something comes out, it's negative, and then a fluff piece will come out about Alex Kurtzman having plans until 2027 or something.
Yeah. Well, he can have all the plans he wants to, but when nobody watches your show and you run it into the ground, at some point, at some dim, distant point that maybe only Mikey Spock in her red angel suit can see, that thing is going to die. Because whoever is propping it up is going to run out of money or just get bored or tired of sucking and losing and say, you know what, Kurtzman, I think your day is done. But okay, what did they announce at this thing? They announced that they were going to go ahead and vape the character of Janeway. Janeway is coming back in Star Trek Prodigy. Ugh. How excited are you for that? Given how they handled Picard in Star Trek Picard. So Star Trek Prodigy, what are they going to do to Janeway, I wonder?
Didn't he say Captain Janeway too? Didn't I hear him say Captain Janeway?
Did they?
Yeah. So
she's been demoted.
Yeah. This show's supposed to be about a bunch of kids who steal a starship, right? They find a starship, get it going again, and they go on their merry way, and it'll probably be a strong female lead who's very good at everything. And yeah, it'll be just like the other two shows. Lower Decks ended this week, and I didn't watch it because I don't care. But
oh, you did watch the final episode?
No, I did not. I'm not going to watch it. I did.
Okay, yeah, I haven't either. And people were saying Boimler got a happy ending aboard the Titan with Jonathan Frakes, Riker. In which would be a surprising twist. I mean, they've done nothing but abuse the guy, so they decided to ship him out on the Titan or something, which could be good. I mean, I guess I need to take a look at it or something. I mean, I'd written off the show, but I don't know. I guess they had a change of heart or something, or maybe Kurtzman's influence is waning, and McMahon or whatever they call him, decided, you know what, let's fix this damn thing.
That's the only way they can. If they get rid of him, that would, I mean, it would be that easy. You want to make it popular again, because your show's not popular, folks. No. I mean, like CBS, you're spending so much time trying to cover up the lack of popularity with this show. It's sad. It's pathetic. And the only thing that I've been able to rationalize in my mind, because I'm like, they're not making money. Nobody's really talking about this show. You got poor Robert Meyer Burnett over there questioning, like, if he's just an old Star Trek fan or something like that. It's like, dude, you're a Star Trek fan, and this is shit. Okay. And if Lower Decks is the best thing that they can deliver, it shows what's wrong with Star Trek, because if that's the best thing they can deliver, a parody that's constantly giving Star Trek shit, that tells you what the mindset is of the creators, that they don't really fucking like it. They just wanted the franchise to put on their resume. They just wanted to be franchise runners and big shots in Hollywood and brag about it. Alex Kurtzman doesn't give a shit about Star Trek. He just wanted franchise. So he went to the franchise store and bought it. Some idiot gave it to him, some dumbass banker at CBS, which is now going to be Paramount Plus, because we need another fucking streaming service that has plus at the end. And it's just, you know what? And I said this, I don't know how I was asking Tom about this for Midnight's Edge, because I honestly don't know. Is it going to be a situation where I fire up my CBS All Access to go review Star Trek Discovery and it's just going to be Paramount Plus? Or do I have to like literally sign up again with something else? Because if you do that, they're going to lose millions of subscribers. If you have to go through because HBO Max is proof of that. HBO, the network, had 140 million subscribers. HBO Max, the streaming service, has like 4.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that
they lost me. They lost me when they did that, because I couldn't access it because I was watching it on a device that they didn't support.
Yep. And if you and the reason they're going to Paramount Plus is so they can distribute internationally, because nobody wants to do that for them anymore. Problem is, all of their best stuff, Star Trek, is out there already. People have already consumed it on streaming. They've watched all the series. You're not going to get a ton of new fans from that.
And I've got them on my shelf. I own them.
Yep. And you're not going to get new fans from this shit either. So you're screwed. There's no products out there, and please don't tweet at me Eagle Moss or anything. I know exactly what Eagle Moss is. I used to sell it. So it's not enough to carry a franchise, and the licensing is where they make their money.
Or they did.
My theory on why it went to terrestrial TV is, well, they didn't have anything to put on and they needed the ad money.
Yeah.
What little they were getting, they needed it. So
yeah, but the ratings have been brutal.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the lowest rated new broadcast on the night. I mean, it's at a 0.2 in the 18 to 49 demographic. It hasn't broken 2 million viewers. I think it's down at 1.7 now or something like that. 1.6, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's anemic. It's getting beaten by reruns of game shows. Are beating Star Trek Discovery in some cases.
Yeah, it's holding steady at 1.7, 1.6, 1.8 million in a country of 331 million. This was Star Trek, by the way, and it's bad.
People starve for entertainment.
This is how many people were watching Doctor Who on fucking BBC America.
That is absolutely correct. And I want to give a little message to Ms. Emma Watts over at Paramount, who is reportedly, rumor has it, Emma Watts is trying to find a way to save Star Trek. Well, there have been some rumors out there that Alex Kurtzman is out and that Akiva Goldsman is in. And I am here to tell you, Ms. Watts, respectfully, because I know you want the truth, that's not going to cut it. If it's still any of the same writers, if it's still the same vision for Star Trek that Kurtzman laid down, it doesn't matter if Kurtzman's there or not. If his stench remains, his stink on this series, it is a non-starter. It is dead on arrival. You put Akiva Goldsman in charge of that shit. Akiva Goldsman is an accessory to the crime. We know that. How stupid do you think we are? We know that Akiva Goldsman was heavily involved in the disaster that was Star Trek Picard, heavily involved in Star Trek Discovery, what came before. So just because, you have finally figured out, hey, you know what? The fans don't much care for Alex Kurtzman. We don't give a shit about Alex Kurtzman. I don't know Alex Kurtzman personally. All I know is that what he has done to Star Trek is a crime. It has devalued it beyond estimation. I don't think there's any way anybody could ever estimate or even guess as to the amount of money that CBS and Viacom has lost because of Alex Kurtzman. But I'm telling you, do not think that you can do an incomplete, partial reboot and a cosmetic change of a different showrunner name and think that that is going to fix things. It's not. If any vestige of what Kurtzman did to Star Trek remains going forward, it's dead, Jim. It's dead. I just want to make that very, very clear. Do you disagree, Gary, or do you agree?
No, I don't disagree with any of that. I completely agree that Alex freaking Akiva Goldsman is out of the frying pan into the toilet. That's the way
I Amen. Amen. Yes. This is absolutely true. Gold, don't forget, okay? Listen.
Sorry.
Jesus. Ms. Watts, please don't forget Akiva Goldsman is the guy that, wrote Batman and Robin, for God's sakes. Wrote Lost in Space, the movie. This is a guy that wrote bat skates
and
in their boots.
Like Titan season 1 was a shit show. He's the one who came up with Cheese Pop, Starfire, and Starfire, and also dressed her like a lady of the night. Jesus Christ.
I know, and transformed Dick Grayson into Dick Stabson.
Yeah.
Literally stab a guy in his dick.
Stabbed a guy in the dick with a pair of
Robin did.
Yes.
Night swing.
Oh God, it's just so
Night swing. Oh dear. Yeah, so listen, I'm just saying, if you move forward with any of these people, any of this bad robot garbage, secret hideout, any vestiges of this horrible, horrible failed experiment, this Mengelean defacation of the franchise, good luck.
Yeah,
good luck.
No, I could see Akiva Goldsman doing that to Alex Kurtzman until he's screwing him over. And it would be funny, but it still wouldn't save Star Trek. Now, Star Trek, I think it's past saving. If they had a guy that they were talking to, and while I wasn't happy with the end of Legion, I mean, like, he's done good stuff in the past, and he would be infinitely better than Kurtzman is Noah Hawley. He was right there, wanted to do Star Trek 4. If you had maybe talked him into running the show and getting rid of absolutely everybody involved, I mean, right down to the catering and replacing everyone, which they're just not willing to do. They've got so much into this thing, and I do know that it's impossible. It's damn near impossible to stop this train and refit it. You'd have to stop everything, wait a couple of years of just, radio silence, and start from scratch, which I don't think they're willing to invest into it. So, and nobody cares. The thing is, the data's there.
Yep.
The data's there. There's no desire for a movie. This TV show is getting not even a tepid response. Sure, you've got a couple of very passionate Drekkies on Twitter. I mean, they're on Twitter all the time. I don't know how they can afford any Trek merchandise, and there's none out there. And it's been years now. So people are would be, even if it was a success, you're in pretty far as like knowing what your show is. And we know what it is now. It's crap.
Mm-hmm.
It's crap. And it hasn't won over anybody that I've seen with any real taste. And I'm talking about the main show, not their dumb little cartoon, which who knows how many people actually watched. I mean,
the number that I got handed by sources that claimed to know said that Lower Decks got just slightly more than 100,000 viewers, which is absolutely horrible.
Oh my God, it's horrible.
That's what I was told.
Wow.
That's a rumor. I don't know. Obviously, I haven't seen the figures, but I can believe it if Star Trek Discovery on CBS itself is getting like between 1.6 and 1.8 million viewers in prime time. That's so I could definitely believe Lower Decks would get 100,000 plus viewers.
Now I could see them getting like an influx of cash with their transition to Paramount Plus that's going to last a little while. But
yeah,
I guess we'll find out when Strange New Worlds comes out if there is
Are you kidding?
When and if.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that shit. I just don't believe it. And I, if it does, okay, but I don't believe that you can keep funding absolute and complete abject failure, especially at the grossly inflated price points that Secret Hideout is charging the cash poor CBS. I just don't believe it. And I want to ask this, Gary. I want to ask this. If there's all these like bullshit rumors about Star Trek Discovery season 4 shooting, why didn't they announce it?
Yeah, why didn't they announce it in that article where he's got plans till 2027?
Right. Why didn't they say, hey, Star Trek Discovery season 4 is go, it's in production, we're filming it now? It's because they're not.
What about Picard season 2?
Well, Picard season 2 will never, ever, ever, ever happen. But yeah, they have not announced that. There's just a lot of pie in the sky bullshit. I've got plans through 2027 for Star Trek. Well, shit, I've got plans too about a trip to Europe. I don't have a fucking ticket though. I mean, plans, if plans were pigs, beggars would ride, I mean, it's yeah, sure. I'm sure you do. Kurtzman. I'm sure you got tons of plans. The fact I wonder if CBS shares your plans, however, because Alex Kurtzman's contract is coming up by different accounts, either like next year or end of this year or something. I'm not sure when, but pretty soon. And I mean, do you think that CBS and Viacom are really eager to keep this Kurtzman train going?
I think Star Trek. Well, I would think they would have gotten rid of him a long time ago, but apparently they are afraid to pull the trigger, or he's got pictures, or they're just okay with being CW Star Trek and having a built-in audience of a couple 100,000 people. I don't know how that pays the bills, but maybe it's just all part of the one big pot that they get from CBS, and they still make money off their advertising, and I don't know how they hide this stuff in the company, but Star Trek Discovery season 3 will decide. Now this season is going to be mainly, it's going to be run by I forgot the Michelle Paradise, right? This is going to be like her show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not going to be, Kurtzman will be there, but this is going to be her show. And Michelle Paradise is, famous for CW stuff. So it would be very, very interesting.
Well, we've already seen her effect. She didn't help.
No,
I mean, the season finale of season 2 of STD was some of the most painful shit ever. So yeah, I'm not excited. Let's see what the folks are saying in the super chats here. Sam Whiskey with the $2.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says, in my opinion, Star Trek died when Kirk died. Yep. I think a lot of people felt that Star Trek soldiered on afterwards with Picard, had a lot of love for Picard, but unfortunately that love was destroyed by Star Trek Picard. So I think that is increasingly a more valid and widely accepted opinion, Sam Whiskey. Well said, sir. Thank you for that super chat. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas Horton, and good to see you, my friend. He says, hail Doomcock and Gary. Don't forget to discuss the disgraceful New York Comic-Con Doctor Who panel. Oh. Gary, you are watching that. Do you have any feedback on that horrible, horrible Doctor Who panel?
Well, they didn't say anything other than they mentioned that William Hartnell was the original Doctor, which I thought was nice to hear that he was the original first Doctor. The actor, I forgot his name. The actor plays Graham. He was there. And you could tell Jodie didn't know shit about Doctor Who, because every time they started bringing up old stuff or what was your favorite villain, she would pick something, like the Daleks or the Master or this, it's just, and I just really can't wait until we get only Yaz and the Doctor on the TARDIS, and they sell the entire series as the first dickless TARDIS. So yeah, that's all they've got. No, but it was really nothing. It was a bunch of promotional shit, and I don't expect them to maybe acknowledge at all that their show might be in huge trouble and the fans were really pissed, or even bring up the Timeless Children at all. They said that there's something big that's going to happen in the Christmas special, which isn't going to be a Christmas special. We know it's coming out on New Year's, but they refuse to say it. Isn't it weird that they refuse to say that it's not on Christmas?
Yeah.
But they won't come out and say that it's going to be New Year's, because it's most definitely going to be New Year's, because they're running a marathon again. And hopefully I'll have time to do some counter programming that maybe you and I can do together. Maybe we can do a watch along or something for Doctor Who just during
that might be good.
Yeah. But no, nothing happened. Nothing was said in the panel. It was 28 minutes long. It was pre-recorded, and it didn't tell us anything. It's pretty clear the show's getting. I don't know when they recorded this. I think it was months ago, folks. And they said then that the show was a couple of months away, I think, from being filmed. There was a rumor that it was being filmed. I don't think it is right now, and it doesn't matter. It's too late. It's going to be out in 2022. The seasons are going to be split, and this will be Jodie Whittaker's last fucking season as Doctor Who, and it comes too late, unfortunately. Like I said in my video, I mean, it's great to hear that she's gone, unless they absolutely erase everything from her era, which they will not, specifically the Timeless Children. It's not going to help. There's what we have now are Jodie bots and passionate Doctor Who fans that are left that are still pissed, but for the most part, it's very encouraging to hear that if you are buying something, you're getting it secondhand, which it's easy to do. You don't have to give money directly to the BBC. This is just an option. I'm not telling you how to live your life or how to spend your money, but what I do personally is if I see something I want, or if I need to do some research, I just go on eBay and buy it from some lady or some bloke, give them the money. And because I wanted to dip into this Time Lord Victorious thing, and what a fucking shit show that thing is. What a complete shit show. I went to the website, timelordvictorious.com, to go to their checklist. Like, I hope they had a checklist that I could go and figure out what to buy. They don't have one. They have a timeline that you can't click on any of the images that go right to where you can buy this thing. And the first story that you need to see in it is some VR game, right? So it's a VR game, then it goes into a comic, and then it goes into a book, and then it's a Big Finish audio adventure, and then you got to read another book, and then you got to read another comic. It's like, how are you expecting to get new fans from this? I mean, I know David Tennant's involved, but like, that was confusing. So only the most hardcore of Whovians are going to even bother with this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how that helps your franchise.
No, I don't either. And I have to say that, even if they retcon the hell out of it, even if they denounce Jodie Whittaker and all of her acts, and said this entire era is wiped from the slate and clean, unless they deleted it from every server, every video store, deleted it from existence, I think they've gone too far. I don't think there's any way back. It's just like, I can't look at Picard anymore in the way that I used to look at Picard. That the goddamn Patrick Stewart has gone too far personally. They humiliated and degraded the character with his cooperation too utterly for me to ever really get that out of my head again. And the same thing with Tecteun and the Timeless fucking Children. I mean, how can you ever look at this shit again the same way? Anything coming out of the BBC from this point on,
I can't. The only thing that we have to hold out hope for is they're gonna woke themselves, or at least woke Jody right out the door. Because this is, I've brought this up before, but this is what my friend told me. And my friend is the one who really woke me up to a lot of things, right? For lack of a better term. And now that's when I started. I'm just going to start looking at this through the lens of identity politics and intersectional feminism. So why would Jody be leaving? Well, obviously she represents white feminism. And that wouldn't have been a problem except for the last 6 or 7 months in the big BLM movement. And that is something that they are most certainly concerned about. So that's going to fix one problem, but it's only going to create another one, because what we want are good stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's all. We want good stories. And they're going to continue with the political shit until I personally do not see the BBC changing their ways. I've heard good things. I've heard that they are going to try to curtail people on social media to show a little less biased when it comes to the news. I don't know about the actual entertainment, though.
Mm-hmm.
And then you lovely Brits out there would know better than me. You see it firsthand every day. So if you think there's hope it'll turn around, then I would believe you, but I don't know. I don't know right now. And this show, you're right. You can't unsee that stuff.
Right.
Once you've broken the trust of your fandom. And I mean, even people who disagreed with us, and we talked about this before, were sending me emails saying, I thought you were shit before, but man, this stuff sucks. It's like, thanks. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. They have gone too far. They have broken the foundation of the show.
Yes. And I mean, it would be akin to, say, having Tom Baker come back and be in a scene where the doctor, Tom Baker is the doctor, is doing something like, I don't know, blowing Davros or something. It turns out that all along Tom Baker was a mechanical being that was only pretending to be the doctor, working with the Daleks to overthrow this or that. I mean, and you actually had Tom Baker, the actual actor, endorsing it, doing it. Then it would be hard to go back and look at those Tom Baker episodes anymore. If they had him dressed as a French maid blowing Davros or something. But that's what they did to Picard. I mean, with a very little exaggeration, that's basically what they did to Picard. And at least as Doctor Who fans, we can watch the original content and not have it be as tainted as looking back at the entirety of Star Trek: The Next Generation now and seeing Picard in every fucking frame. I mean, how do you get that out of your head? And how do we get anything by Chin Balls or the current iteration of the BBC out of our heads? How can we forgive that? I can't. So, I think they're fucked no matter what they do. I think moving forward, Doctor Who is absolutely dead. And we can only look to the past now. Fortunately, it's a glorious past with tons of material. But yeah, moving forward, there's not a damn thing they can do. They killed it.
No, and this is not the masses. A lot of stuff we're discussing here, the masses are not going to see it for a couple more years. Like they either don't care, don't have time. But when the autopsy is done on these shows, once it's finished, people are going to go, oh yeah, it did suck. Because a lot of people get, they're prisoner of the moments or
right.
Or people just aren't tuning into Doctor Who. People were dipping out of the show anyway, because it was becoming more woke. And as time goes on, Peter Capaldi's era gets more and more tragic when more people start appreciating like what he tried to pull off with the Doctor and what he was given is just a shame, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it was even Moffat. So, he's free of criticism right now because Chibnall, for very good reasons, is the lightning rod. But when the postmortem is done, Moffat will get his too. And he certainly deserves it. Although he tries to play both sides, and I think he tried to be a good soldier but holy shit. Because I haven't gone back and watched season 10. Season 10 is the only Doctor Who season, well, along with 11 and 12 that I haven't watched multiple times. Multiple times. Those 3 seasons I just can't watch again. I might try to give 10 another chance, but I don't know, man. It's sad.
It's awful stuff.
Because Capaldi could have been the best Doctor by far.
I have said that forever. I mean, when he was cast, I saw him as a kind of majestic, kind of scary, force of nature Doctor. You know what I mean? Like not a buffoon, but like a kind of grave, stern, kind of Sandman. Like Neil Gaiman's Sandman, like the force of nature that sometimes Tennant was in that episode with the mirror and the scarecrow and stuff, where he did this kind of almost magical level of vengeance. God damn, that could have been incredible. I think Capaldi could have been astonishing, but no.
Instead, we got 3 different Doctors. We got 3 distinct different Doctors with him, and it's just too bad. It's too bad. I'm looking at a picture of Jodie Whittaker now. I have a file of all her facial expressions. I have
what are there, like 3?
There's 3, but they're all done at different angles, which is she all has her mouth open. She's making some cringy little face. And it's been a while since I've done a Doctor video, but there hasn't been any news. We saw that one promotional photo with that. Oh boy, it's so original, and it makes you think about it makes you think about the Time of Angels, when they're putting the little. Well, no, I'm sorry, it was the Impossible Astronaut, where they she's like notching off days in her prison, and she's got like a burgundy jacket on that looks like Capaldi's jacket, and
not good.
Silence.
Yep. Not much to say about Doctor Who. It's a dead franchise as far as I'm concerned moving forward. But all of these things live on in our minds and in our hearts and on our bookshelves, but that's about it.
And nobody cared enough to downvote the video either. Like they're just, I don't know how many views it got. I think it got similar views to Star Trek. I didn't go back and check. I could, I guess.
Yeah, you could.
Boys, it had like 46,000 in the first day.
Well, there you go. And of course, I hate to point out, the simple fact of the matter is that all of our videos get more views than that in 2 hours.
Yeah, it's got 24,000 views.
The Doctor Who one does.
Yeah, it's got. I mean, that's pathetic.
That's horrible. Yeah.
It's got only about 2,000 likes and 90 dislikes. And nobody cared. Nobody gave a shit. I mean,
no.
I think that's where we're at right now. I'm very curious to see what those festive special ratings will be. If they would have put it on Christmas Day, it probably would have done better. If they put it on New Year's, it's gonna not do well. I can't imagine it's that different in the UK on New Year's. I figure your New Year's Day is probably a lot like ours here in the States, which is hungover, watching sports ball. But as far as evening television, by the time evening television rolls around on New Year's Day, you're tired or you're on to the next thing. Yeah. I think it'll be us. We'll be watching.
That'll be it. And hating every minute. Hating every minute. Jordy Jr. with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Jordy Jr. And I'm going through and reading some of the Star Trek related super chats, and I'll back up and get them all in order. But Jordy Jr., thank you, my friend, says Nerdrotic and Doomcock. Can't wait for your STD reviews. CBS gets not another dime. Fool me once, Kurtzman, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again. Thank you, Jordy Jr. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll have to review them at least starting out. I don't know. It depends on how horrible it gets and how few people watch it, because you can only do those reviews if people will watch them. But when hardly anyone watches a show, you do reviews that just die on the vine and hurt your channel. So either way, we'll be reviewing them either on the Inquisition or doing individual reviews. I'm not sure. Guess we'll wait and see how bad it is. Casey Asowski with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Casey. How are you, my friend? Hopefully you are still here and still listening. And Casey Asowski says, "Hail all. If CBS really wants to save Star Trek, somebody better grow a pair quickly and fire all the hacks effing up." Did you hear that, Ms. Watts? I don't think there's any way to save Star Trek at this point, honestly. I won't lie. I think it's done, but I guess we'll see. Aaron Le Great Baron. Aaron, the Great Baron, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says, buy or sell Captain Sisko coming back. I think Kurtzman's saying a whole load of hooey right now. I would not believe any of it. Gary, do you believe it? Captain Sisko returning?
No. Why?
Yeah.
That would be terrible. That would be awful.
I don't believe it. Yeah, I think it's shit. I think Kurtzman is just trying to say anything he can to drum up some kind of awareness, trying to save his ass after running Star Trek into the ground at warp speed with a cargo hold full of dynamite stuffed with C4. It just doesn't work. Larry with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Larry. Says Kurtzman and crew signed up until 2027 for Star Trek. I don't buy it. I don't think that is absolutely true at all, Larry. I think it's more of his lies and propaganda, but I guess we'll see.
2020. It is 2020. Just to remind everybody, just in case you forgot the year. That's 7 years. 7 years. You think that guy's going to be doing Star Trek at this rate? That's fucking pie in the sky bullshit.
I agree.
And he just said he had plans. That he's not. Yeah. So 7 years. Do you really think he's going to be around 7 years? Fucking MCU's not going to be around in 7 years.
Absolutely. And Glenn Saunders with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Glenn. Says, need rant about Kurtzman saying he is in power through 2027, complete with more and more discovery. We are calling bullshit, Glenn Saunders. We are calling bullshit straight up. I unless CBS has a death wish, if CBS is making so much money that they need to pull a producers like stunt so that they can go ahead and write off tax losses of astonishing amounts of money because of Star Trek Discovery. I just don't buy it, and neither does Glenn Saunders. But I tell you, Emma Watts, are you listening to this? Are y'all watching what Kurtzman is saying? Is he sanctioned to do this? Is he speaking with the authority of CBS, or is he just mouthing off? I really would like to know, but you should let the world know, Emma Watts, because if this is the case, then people just will stop paying any attention at all to any Star Trek news whatsoever, even legitimate news. We don't want this shit. There's just no other way to say it. Star Trek with Kurtzman through 2027 is Star Trek dead thousands and thousands of times over. Like a nuclear exchange where the Earth has been destroyed, 2,000 times over with the amount of explosions and radioactivity. That's pretty much where you will be in 2027 with Star Trek, Emma Watts. Instead of just having it dead about 3 or 4 times at this point. So I don't know, blast away. Fuck. If you got the money to burn, why not? Hell, who wants to live forever, right? Even networks die at some point.
Yeah. So this article came out in Radio Times originally. Trek movie, blog, Trek Core, Radio Times. I'm looking for a franchise plan through 20. So I'm looking for this in like Deadline or Variety.
Mhm.
Nope.
Nothing there.
Hollywood Reporter says, here we go. Top 5 inside the state of Star Trek with franchise captain Alex Kurtzman. But they showrunner spot Alex Kurtzman joins this week. Critics Corner. Hang on, I'm looking for anything that's called a report on this. No, I typed in 2027 in this, and no, it doesn't say anything there. Okay, here it is. Okay, it goes. Showrunner Spotlight. Alex Kurtzman joins the show this week in an in-depth revealing interview and rising costs associated with filming during the pandemic. Now, the future of Star Trek is mapped out through 2027, and the prolific producer's thoughts on Showtime's controversial the Comey rule. So it's mapped out. I'm sure it is. Why not? I'd try to map out a little plan too. At least he did something Star Wars did. But it doesn't say he's signed on or anything. Yeah, it's just mapped out.
Yeah, what a crock. What a crock. I don't buy this stuff. Kurtzman is trying to protect what's left of his prospects after spectacularly failing on Star Trek. Trying to con some kind of outside investment to cover the fact that CBS isn't paying a dime for this shit anymore. Take it with a grain of salt. That's all I'm going to say. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm looking for any other of these Star Trek related things before we move on. Hold on just a sec. I'm scrolling up through here. Hail Father Dope. Let's see. Where is it? Okay. Well, I know that there were a few because I saw them come through. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Hail Digi Akuma says New York Comic Con, a virtual con where negative comments and dislikes weren't allowed on anything Kurtzman Trek related.
Not surprised.
Pretty much, Digi Akuma. Pretty damn much.
27. It's going to 2027. They had like 1,000 people watching their live stream. And they're going to 2027. They were beat by some girl playing Minecraft by, I don't know, 53,000, but they're going to get, maybe they should hire her. Maybe if CBS hired her, they could get people watching their network. I don't know.
I know. And then we could watch a little girl building things out of blocks as opposed to Alex Kurtzman building things out of poop and perverted ideas of what Star Trek is supposed to be.
I feel confident about this statement. I have no data to back it up, but I'm betting Red Letter Media's review of Picard had more people than probably the last people watching it than the last 3 or 4 episodes of Picard.
Combined. I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Polaris Sucks with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Polaris Sucks. As it says, Doomcock, love your stuff. Thank you, my friend. You too, Gary, but where's the Picard review?
That's why I've been quiet. I've been working on it.
He's working. He's working on it. Damn it. Genius takes time. Damn it. I'm telling you. Ian Slater with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ian. Says, remember, folks, when Star Trek Prodigy was called Space Cases in 96 by Bill Mooney? Working my vid on that, but I wanted to put it out there. 2020, right? Yes, Ian. Yes, indeed. Star Trek Prodigy. People, this is hilarious. Bun 299 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Bun. Says a Federation starship only requires years of study to learn to operate and a crew of several hundred. No reason at all a bunch of random teens couldn't get one working and make it look easy. Well, they are prodigies.
Yeah.
So it's like, they're smarter than, the average bear. They're prodigies. Although originally they were going to call it Star Trek Earthlink, but they went with Star Trek Prodigy. I don't know why. Will Perkowski with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you again, Will. Says Star Trek Prodigy on Nickelodeon. Kurtzman, is this just going to end up being Space Cases? Yes, Space Cases in 96 by Bill Mumy. Will Robinson himself. Yep. I'm just going to say blue tardigrade. That's all I'm going to say. I think that says it all, doesn't it? Ian Slater with a $5 super chat. Thank you again, Ian. Says to back up Doomcock, any Akiva Alex Kurtzman timeline trek will not be considered alternate reality, will not be accepted by Star Trek fans. Declare Discovery, Lower Decks, Picard, and A Strange New Worlds to not be canon. Make it so. Thank you, Ian Slater. Yeah, any attempt to kind of gloss over what Kurtzman has done, forget it. It's just a non-starter. It's dead before it even began. Trooper FN 2525 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my dear friend Trooper FN. Says easy fix to Star Trek, Guardian of Forever film. Yep, or Q if you want to go next generation. Trooper FN 2525. We got lots of different ways in the Star Trek universe to fix what they've done. And I hope that maybe someday someone will take that path. Bun 299 with another $5 super chat says, I can still look at Picard. I just remind myself not to confuse him with JL, another character from another continuity just played by the same actor. It's hard for me. I have a visceral, after that stupid fucking Uber Eats commercial, Gary, with Picard as well.
Oh, yeah.
And Luke Soywoker, Jake Soywoker, and out of luck, puke hard, pee hard. I can't look at Patrick Stewart anymore, man. Is this just me overreacting? Do you have any residual sense of that as well for yourself, Gary, or am I just will it wear off over time? Because right now I can't stand the sight of that fucker.
No, it's hard to tell because I'm a little too raw from the whole Picard experience. But seeing that it was his brainchild, it's hard to take him seriously, especially hearing a couple interviews with him. It's just like, dude.
Yep. It's
Comrade Picard
on his apology tour. I'm sorry I failed you. The Federation failed you.
You're my knight in shining armor.
It's very hard for me to pee anymore. I am Jean-Luc Picard. Yeah, prostate, even in the 24th, 25th, whatever century it is, they don't have a cure for baldness, so I guess they also probably don't have a cure for a swollen prostate. It's some things.
They made him a whole new body and couldn't give him hair at least.
No, fuck no. We didn't make any of the changes to your forum that might have made your life better, like hair and that swollen prostate you've still got. That's courtesy of Soji as well. Thank you, Soji. I deserved it. The Federation deserves a swollen prostate as an organization. Oh, for fuck's sake. Blue Satoshi with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Blue Satoshi. Says, I have a radical suggestion. Erase the Hobus supernova and with it, all of J.J. Kurtzman Trek. Set a show in the 25th, 26th century and just go from there. I could probably live with that. I think that's a pretty good idea. I don't know, man. I don't know. And Douglas Nelson is in the chat. Hail, Douglas Nelson. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He asks, Hail, who survives Star Wars, Star Trek, or Doctor Who? I think the only survivor at this point is Star Wars, only because of the Mandalorian. But, you know, it's on shaky grounds. I mean, it's, you know, Star Wars is like on a ventilator, in my opinion. Gary, any other thoughts on that?
No.
Yeah,
Later.
I think that's about it. Let me see. We're going to move on here, but Sam Whiskey asked a good thought that I'm going to try not to answer because I will just start yelling. But with a $4.99 super chat, Sam Whiskey says, Hail Doomcock and Nerdrotic. Thank you, Sam. What are your thoughts on Sherlock Holmes going woke in the film Enola Holmes? I'm glad I canceled Netflix. It pisses me off to no end, and it's not just because it's ruining canon of Sherlock Holmes. It's because it's just so pathetically stupid and pandering, and it's like a fucking, you know, cuck fluffer simp of a fucking idea that just makes me want to retch so hard that my own balls fly up out of my throat. It just makes me that fucking sick. It's just so stupid. Oh, Enola Holmes. Oh, yes. Well, I was the smart one, you see. Sherlock was a dear, dear boy, but he was always so dull compared to me, the bestest ever, Enola Holmes. What do you think? I'm dripping so much sarcasm that I have a nasty caustic wet puddle on the floor beneath me of pure undiluted sarcasm. That is one of the stupidest, most obvious, pathetic fucking things I have ever heard. And yet it's so predictable. It's so inevitable. Ebola Holmes. What do you think of that shit, Gary?
I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it either. I'm not going to watch it. I don't need to. It's just the fucking idea of it. What am I going to watch it? Am I actually going to review that shit? Are you kidding? How fun is the fucking point of anything like that even existing? That's what I want to know. What is the fucking point? Why in God's name should I watch that fucking thing? To review it? What is there to say about such a stupid, idiotic, pathetic, woke, virtue signaling, wah piece of shit like that? I'm not going to watch it.
Nah.
What the fuck would we watch it, Gary?
No. No,
Jesus.
You know, I guess it's based on a YA book or something.
I don't care.
That's the first thing that as soon as I hear YA book, I'm like, no. Not unless I'm clown it.
Just girl power, corruption of another, you know, icon of literature, of film, of comics. It's a cultural pillar along with Superman. You know, it's just one of those characters like Tarzan that everybody knows, everybody loves, the Lone Ranger, for fuck's sake. And let's just turn them all into women. Let's just turn them all into women, and we'll just call it creativity. It's just so craven and pandering and just so devoid of cojones. Devoid of vision, creativity. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, they're just systematically going through, and again, that stuff was out there, so they adapted something, and then they sell it as Henry Cavill's in this, and well, it's about 11 or 7 or 5 or whatever the hell she is from Stranger Things. I forgot. It's been so long.
Yeah,
came out.
I don't know. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. No thanks.
You know, I don't know. So actually somebody in the chat was saying in it, Sherlock Holmes is still brilliant, but I guess Enola Holmes is betterer or smarterer or the bestest ever or something. I mean, what is the point of Enola Holmes existing? That's what I want to know. Even if they still have Sherlock Holmes be smart, I bet you she's smarter.
Yeah, and that's part of I mean, it's the fanfic way. You take something else to build something, because you can, I mean, like, just make an original story if you want.
Yeah. How about you just make a damn story about a brilliant female detective and don't have anything to do with Sherlock Holmes? Why not? Why don't you just do that instead of trying to piggyback on something greater?
Yep.
Sheer cuck Holmes, says James Fowler. Sheer cuck Holmes. Elementary, my dear Watson. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. It just makes me mad. So anyway, what shall we sentence? All right. What do we sentence the boys to? What do we sentence the New York Comic Con Star Trek panel to? And what do we sentence the Doctor Who panel to?
All right.
Any ideas?
The boys. I guess it will. No, it's going to be a harsh sentence. I think it has to be a harsh sentence because of the build-up and what it could have been, and it shows that it can be a competent show. I mean, it's not like, Alex Kurtzman's Star Trek is an incompetent show. It's an incompetent, dumb show that exists based on a powerful brand that it's just using up the last life's blood of. The Boys could have been one of the biggest shows out there, and it took a giant shit on itself. So it kind of punishes itself. But the Rack, like the most brutal version of it, though.
Yeah, I think the Rack that stretches out something else.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea. And I just want to say to Shin Godzilla, who was concerned that his $50 super chat vanished from the screen. No, my friend, I've got it right here. I've got all of the super chats right here, and I'm fixing to go through them. So don't worry. Got you covered, Shin Godzilla. I see it right here. It is perfectly fine. And by the way, Cecil Says is in the house. So hail Cecil Says. I did not see you earlier, my friend, but thank you for being here.
Buy cash grab on Indiegogo.
Absolutely. What a great guy Cecil is. Big Daddy MRI with a thank you super pair super sticker of $10. Thank you, Big Daddy MRI. Very much appreciated. Haven't gotten to the super stickers yet. Sandro Feliciano with a $4 super sticker of Bushiba presenting a wrapped and glittering golden bone. Thank you, Sandra Feliciano. That is very, very sweet of you, Sandra. Thank you for being here tonight. And James BT 2003 with a super sticker of a pear, giving me a toast, giving us a toast. Thank you for the $4 super sticker. James BT 2003, we are being toasted, which is very cool. And JPRPH1 with a $9.99 super sticker of Super Pear flying through the air. I love Super Pear. Super Pear is cool. Super Pear has a lot more depth to his character than the boys do, which I find really sad. And Orville Nation is also in the house with a $10 super sticker. Number one fan. PJ is our number one fan, Gary. That's outstanding. Hail, PJ.
PJ.
Orville Nation is awesome. Hail. Orville Nation is fantastic. And Nicholas Horton giving a £2 super sticker thumbs up of Bushiba. Thank you. We give you a thumbs up back, my friend. So Sam Whiskey, you triggered me on the Enola Holmes thing. Sorry, I went off on an extended little rant there, but no, I don't like it. It's so fucking
I saw
stupid.
the trailer and I just went, I just rolled my eyes. I don't know why I guess Henry Cavill got a pretty good paycheck out of it. Henry Cavill,
what, he was on it?
Yeah, he's in it. He's Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, God.
If he was Sherlock Holmes, I'd be like, I'd watch this, but no, I mean, that is Henry Cavill going to be like a guest star now? Is that his dig? He gets clickbait. He's the clickbait. He's the clickbait thumbnail. That's what Henry Cavill is now. You put him on, bring the fans in, and then you give them something they absolutely don't want.
Oh my God, that is yeah. I think it's I think it's sad. I think it's just sad. All right. Let's see. Nathan Barnes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nathan. It says, hail Lord Doomcock and hail to all my fellow members. Hope everyone is doing okay this evening. Absolutely. Absolutely, Nathan Barnes. God bless you, Nathan, and thank you very much for being here tonight. And I just want to say to everybody in the chat, you guys have got to, generally people do, but I just want to remind people that be kind to the wrenches, be respectful to the wrenches, never pick on the wrenches because the wrenches are authorized to ban your ass. And yeah, I'm just saying, you know, if you respect me, respect my wrenches. Do not give wrenches any shit, because if I see it, I'll ban your ass. So I'm just saying. Tom Brown with a $5 super chat. Hail Tom Brown, says R.I.P. Eddie Van Halen. Ice Cream Man is my favorite BY song. Hail Tom Brown. Yeah, R.I.P. Eddie Van Halen. Man, I know you're a music fan. Were you particularly into Van Halen?
Yeah. I was just about to go live when I was setting up a live stream when it happened. So we talked about him for like an hour. Yeah, he was part of my introduction into the world of music. He was in this stack of records that my sister gave me when she did my Almost Famous moment and told me to stop listening to soundtracks, and plopped a bunch of records on my bed, and Van Halen 2 were two of those records that were in that stack. And yeah, dude, Eruption was played as much as Stairway to Heaven. And it's sad. It's sad. And I actually met the dude briefly in a waiting room.
Wow.
At Betty Ford.
So, no shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You talked to him?
No, we were sitting next to each other being received.
I see.
So we kind of looked at each other. I don't know if it's met, but we looked at each other. Both were pretty fucked up at the time. So never made it in, though. As far as I know, he didn't go into the same building I did.
Ah, okay. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Anyway, R.I.P. Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah,
it was very sad to hear that.
Demons and the whole thing, all the drama behind that band. Wow, it was crazy. But I'm a Demon fan, so
damn near every band has a history of incredible drama. Isn't that the case?
It is.
Just the nature of rock and roll, I guess.
Yeah, the Rolling Stones just decided to hate each other but tour together. I guess that's the best way to do
it. Yeah. Oh man. Nikki D with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nikki D. Says, hail gents, what does the future hold in store for Disney? Should their California park remain closed for an extended period of time? Oh, gee, I don't know. I really couldn't answer that question. It would really depend on if they kind of, how is Disney Plus doing? Have they managed with the second season of The Mandalorian to revitalize Star Wars, or is it still moribund? There's just too many moving parts in there. And I just don't, I really couldn't even hazard a guess. I don't know. Any opinion on that, Gary, before we move on?
Disney's going to have to sell some stuff eventually. Mm-hmm. What that is, I don't know. Fox doesn't turn out to be a very good deal now, did it? But yeah, they have no choice as far as Disneyland is concerned. That thing is closed for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's done. It's done. I want to thank Yodam Darkstar for the Doomacorn, Jake D for the Doomacorn, Tippy Tail McKitty for the Doomacorn as well. Squire Waldo with a $2 super chat. Hail Squire Waldo says, hail Overlord DVD and Nerdrotic. Hail Squire Waldo. Outstanding, my friend. Let's see. Sam Whiskey with another Doomicorn. Hail to Sam Whiskey. Jaeger Bomb with a $5 super chat. Hail Jaeger Bomb. He says, heard the books for The Expanse go woke. Think that will affect the show? What do we have left that hasn't been ruined? Orville, Halo, Doom, 40K, Warhammer. I don't know. Warhammer. I think they've taken steps to reverse course a little bit on Warhammer 40K. That's what I've heard, but its future remains in doubt. Gary, now you've read the books. I haven't, so I guess this is really a question for you. What do you think
on 40K?
No, on The Expanse. The books for The Expanse go woke.
It's going to go well. The show, I don't know if they would. There's something that happens in the books that goes incredibly woke that the show can't do, or people would just immediately stop watching, because the books do something that's crazy that you can't do without like lots of but it could go, anything could go woke now. Come on, let's be real. Even our favorite thing can go woke. We'll find out. I'm kind of cringing a little bit with season 5. Just like, I don't know. Listen, we saw it in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
It like at the end of Game of Thrones, well, actually it started going woke in season 6, 5, 6, but season 8, it was there. Remember Grey Worm and Missandei, and all the racist Northerners and stuff. It was just like, oh,
yeah.
I mean, like they would be, but it wasn't. It stood out so badly that they set up this scenario just for that, and there was no payoff to it. It was just there to be woke. It was ridiculous. So yeah, the Expanse can go woke. There's potential.
There is potential. I think that they will avoid it. Actually, geez, I wish I could pull it up right now. I tweeted out, thank God. I sent this to the Expanse writers. I said, how does it feel to wake up every morning knowing that you have worked on and written one of the best TV shows in history? If you don't wake up with a smile on your face every morning, you need to work on that, because, you guys have basically pulled off a miracle. And then somebody responded to that tweet saying, yeah, you know what? It's just going to go woke like the books. And I replied, I think that these writers are very, they have a vision. I think they're going to stick to it. It varies from the book vision. And I have faith that no matter what they do, they're going to first and foremost prioritize these great characters in this great story over any kind of agenda. And the writers liked the comment. So I took that as a positive sign that, they're paying attention, they're aware, and I don't think that they're going to go woke like the books do. Just my 2 cents.
I hope not.
I hope not too. I pray to God that not. And I just want to say thank you to Abby ABYA for $100 super chat. Thank you, Abby A. Really appreciate that. And that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. Let's see. Terminus Est with a $2 super chat. Hail Terminus Est. And I will get to that super chat as soon as I can, Abby A. Terminus S says, anyone know Mahler's take on season 1 of the show? Of The Boys?
The Boys? I believe he liked it. Well, you talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. It was just the recent events that I think we were all concerned about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you, Terminus Est. Will Perkowski with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Will. Says, also wanted to drop some coin to give Harvey some snacks until someone pushes the button.
Well, I am glad that someone has finally invoked me. I'm glad I have not been forgotten, damn it. I am Harvey Cthulhu, the future ruler of Earth. It wouldn't do well to forget me. I hang over your head like a sword of dumbass Cleese.
Dumbass Cleese. Damocles, dude.
Don't talk to me about your Greek myths. Look, I want that wampum. Be sure and get it to me.
All right, I will. Hail Will Perkowski, and thank you for donating to Harvey's cause. Jaegerbomb with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jaegerbomb. Says, I think after all we've seen in recent years, it's safe to say that media is the enemy of all. How do we beat the media besides holding our wallets? That's the main way. I think the other way is something that Gary has talked about. Don't be silent. Speak out in any way that you can, in comment sections, in your own videos on YouTube, writing essays online, going and bombing their live streams with, comments and your honest critiques. Don't be silent. Silence is, they say, oh, you don't like it, don't watch, right? Will Wheaton. Yeah, that's a wonderful thing because they don't want to deal with truth telling. They don't want to deal with people calling out their bullshit. But I tell you, that's what we've got to do. We've got to do it loud and proud. That's the best thing that we can do. Any other ideas, Gary?
No, that's it. Don't be. Silence will bring no change at all.
Yep, that's 100%.
Nowhere else to go. It's like be loud as you can, where you can.
Amen. Well said. Philip J.Y. with a 99.99 pound super sticker of a happy face looking excited about the Inquisition. I thank you very, very much for that. Mikey Gussler with a $2 super chat. Hail, Mikey Gussler. Good to see you, sir. Says Mahler has said that Bly Manor is objectively good. The sequel to Hill House? Huh.
I couldn't get through the first episode.
Wow. Mahler, I guess if Mikey's right, then Mahler liked it. I thought Hill House was pretty damn scary, I gotta say. But Bly Manor, I haven't looked at.
Scary. Yeah. And I could just tell where they were going. They adapted they were adapting some author. Not one particular book. I forgot, The Turn of the Screw or something like that. Getting it wrong. Mm-hmm. It just it's got some of the same cast in different parts, and the accents were pretty bad, I thought.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And it looks good. I mean, it's filmed really well, and the sets look really good, but I might try to power through, but I found the first episode to be really boring, and the first episode of Hill House hooked you. Right at the end too. Ooh.
Oh man, it was scary. I gotta say, I don't scare easy. I watch movies and stuff, but that shit kind of got under my skin a little bit. Yep. It just really did, and I was very impressed by it, I have to say. Let's see, Chris Mead with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Chris Mead. Says, if worse comes to worse, there is always Forbidden Planet. Amen. Listen, go watch great stuff. Go watch great stuff from our past. That is the best reaction to this mediocrity, this creeping mediocrity that's eroding our culture. Abso-effing-lutely. The Art of the Real with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Art of the Real says, what do you guys think of the critical drinker's notion that Admiral Holdo is an attempt at mocking Kathleen Kennedy? I haven't heard the argument. I mean, I think Critical Drinker is a pretty smart guy. I don't think that Ruin Johnson would have put that. He certainly wouldn't have mocked his ally and the better man in the equation, Kathleen Kennedy. So it would have to be the writer, but Ruin Johnson was the writer as well. So I tend to doubt that. but I'd have to think about it. I don't know. Phoenix Argus with a $10 super chat. Hail Phoenix Argus and hail Australia. Says I've come up with an Aussie style punishment. Lather and offender and Vegemite and VB beer is sent into the bush to be savaged on by dingoes and drop bears. Amen. Phoenix Argus. What do we call that? We'll call that that punishment. We'll call it being outbacked. We'll say it. We're outbacking you. Vegemite and VB beer is sent out in the outback to be savaged by dingoes and drop bears. What do you think?
Yes, outback his ass.
We'll outback their ass. I love it. Thank you, Phoenix Argus. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Hail Nicholas Horton, who says Hill House scared the fuck out of me. Haunting of Bly has no scares at all. That's kind of what I felt like. I thought Hill House did scare the F out of me too. I have to admit it. But yeah, Haunting of Bly. I don't know. Yeah, it's not, doesn't sound good. Tim Scorpion with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tim Scorpion says, breaking news. Disney claims they filmed Mulan near those camps for authenticity, despite filming the rest in New Zealand. Duck Fisney. Oh, Jesus. Have you even seen that yet, Mulan?
No, I won't.
Yeah.
No, thanks.
I'm not interested. I'm just not interested. Tim Scorpion. Wow. Well, isn't that how authentic to old China is New Zealand? Just fucking pathetic.
Well, and seeing everybody get so damn upset about perceived human rights issues when they're right there.
Yeah,
they're there, and nobody says a damn word about it. Nobody, no celebrities, not Disney. And that's the reason they're virtue signaling so hard, because they don't want you to look behind the curtain.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is true. And actually in the chat here, Robert says Cuties was filmed for authenticity too, which leads us directly, believe it or not, the next super chat in line is Deef with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Deef, who says, any thoughts on the Cuties indictment? Viva Frey has a video on it. I'm proud of Texas. I'm just proud of Texas. I when I saw that, I went, yes, and it sounds about right. Do I think anything will come of it? I doubt it. I don't know. Well, yeah, that's, I don't really, I was happy about it. I think, under the Texas statutes, it's probably, about right. I think that they got a case. Gary, you don't, you're glad about it, right? But you don't think it's going to amount to anything either.
Yeah. I'm happy it happened. But I also didn't want the government getting involved. I would kind of hope that we all as adults come together and say there's certain lines we just shouldn't cross. This is going to be a tough lawsuit to win. You're taking on $1 billion. Some small town is taking on $1 billion company. And I just hate, I hated the whole situation. And if they go after certain things, sure, I'm not a lawyer. It depends on how they approach this, if it's winnable or not. I just don't think it is.
Mm-hmm.
I wish.
Well, I think in Texas, they'll probably be able to, find them. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
I don't know how these things work and how the charges are applied. I originally thought it was like going after the promotional material, but I think they're going after the film itself. It's going to be very hard to prove because those laws are murky, although there are laws on the books that protect children, and I have no problem with those being enforced to the fullest degree at all times. But it's just, this is still one step towards normalizing something that, and I don't want to see like my country going down that road.
Right.
And then hearing that I'm a prude at some point in my life when it comes to this one thing, it's like, fuck, well, I guess I'm a fucking prude then. Proud to be it. Because
yeah,
sick shit.
No, I agree. I can't even. I mean, I just looked at the trailer and that was enough. I haven't even looked at a single episode of it. Shin Godzilla says it is not a lawsuit; it is a criminal indictment against the execs of Netflix.
They have to prove some stuff,
Right.
which will be awfully tough in the court of law. Now, to us, it's pretty freaking clear.
Yeah.
How egregious this is. But I am not a lawyer, and there's a lot of stuff that we see a lot of injustice happen because of loopholes, letter of the law, and how, but that ultimately protects us. Remember, we don't want too many government mandates, but when it comes to kids, I'm okay with plenty.
Amen.
So, I freaking hate it. I hate the movie. You guys saw my videos on it. I think it's disgusting.
Is it a movie or a TV show?
It's a movie. It's a movie. I watched it. It's fucking.
Oh, geez. Yeah. I didn't even, I thought it was a TV series. I didn't even know, but it didn't matter. I wasn't going to, I saw the trailer. I was like, fuck no. And, yeah, Jesus. Well, I'm glad, I was proud of Texas for doing that. And
my state wouldn't fucking do it. My state would pass a law to make it legal or something.
That's right.
Right around that time, they, SB 145, that bullshit. So, yeah,
absolutely.
Texas.
Yeah. Well, that's great, man. You will be welcome. Speaking of moving and obligations and stuff, now you told me that you're Mr. Mom this week, and we have rolled up on about 3 hours here, and you said maybe you needed to go ahead and get off and tend to some parenting stuff.
I do. I can't let Junior be alone that long. So, I mean, yeah, I got to see him once in a while.
Absolutely.
So, thanks for having me on. Everybody have a wonderful night. And, sorry about The Witcher. Sorry about Star Trek. Sorry about Doctor Who. And hopefully there are better days ahead. I think we're going to have to go through this dark time for Hollywood to correct itself, or we find other forms of entertainment. That's pretty much it at this point. But everybody just be safe out there and keep your head in a swivel. We'll get through this together. It's not all bad and dark out there as much as the news tells you. There's lots of old good entertainment to enjoy, and there's lots of entertainment here on YouTube. You have tons of choices from great YouTubers. So honestly, you can just live without Hollywood for a little while. It's all right.
Absolutely. I'm not missing it at all, folks. Not missing it at all. Playing The Witcher and watching old DVDs that I bought cheap, and old movies. That's the key.
That's it. All right, brother.
Gary, thank you. Please subscribe to Nerdrotics channel. Of course, I'm sure you all are. And anything else you want to plug, Gary, before you head on out?
I got some stuff coming out this week, and holy shit, here comes Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, God. I don't want to see it.
Oh, Exozone. We got the Exozone on Thursday.
Yes, Exozone on Thursday, and the Inquisition on Sunday night will be on Gary's channel. So be ready for that. Gary, I'm going to press on and read some of these super chats. But listen, thank you for being here, and we will talk to you soon, brother.
Thank you, my friend. I'll be listening in the background.
Thank you, my friend. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Mage Grey Wolf says, I'm buying up my favorite cartoon series. Outstanding. Ravones Ravenshear says, does the Overlord have a favorite anime? Well, I gotta say, probably one of my favorite animated movies of all time is an anime. It's Miyazaki's Porco Rosso, which is absolutely enchanting. I've loved that movie for years and years. It's one of my favorites, along with Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, The Little Mermaid, and The Iron Giant, and Porco Rosso. I think those are my 4 favorite animated movies of all time. And Porco, I've got Porco stuff all over my lair right now. I've got a little Porco bust. I've got 2 giant posters, movie posters of Porco Rosso behind me, even as I speak. mounted on the wall. Love Porco Rosso. If you have not seen it, I urge you to watch it only with the original Japanese soundtrack and subtitles. Don't for God's sakes, whatever you do not listen to the dubbed version in English with Michael Keaton being Porco. Just don't do it, please. It's a sin against God and man. Yes, I love Spirited Away, no question about it. But I love all the Studio Ghibli films, but Porco Rosso to me is incredible. It's absolutely one of the best damn things I've ever seen in my life. A pig who does not fly is just a pig. Quote to live by. Richter Scale Studios with a $5 super chat. Hail, Richter Scale Studios says, I kept updating my YouTube subscription list. Tonight's stream never showed up. I had to actively search for it. Yep. Well, that's no surprise. I tweeted it out. Please follow me on Twitter if you don't already, at Doomcock on Twitter. Pretty much all I use Twitter for these days is to do private DMs with people and to post information about live streams and stuff if it gets ghosted on YouTube. Also, patreon.com/Doomcock. And if you go to my channel, youtube.com/OverlordDVD, which is where you are now, look in my community section, and I always post links to my live streams there. So just in case you get ghosted. Thank you, Finbar Hooley, and hail a Big Daddy MRI. So Richter Scale Studios, thank you for trying. Sometimes you have to jump through hoops to find us, but once you do, I hope it's a rewarding experience. And Crazy Pineapple with a $10 super chat. Hail, Crazy Pineapple says, from the Twilight Zone story, The Obsolete Man. Any entity, any ideology which fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete. Hollywood, you are obsolete. Hail. Hail, Crazy Pineapple, and thank you. Outstanding. I'll try to read it like Rod Serling would. Any entity, any ideology which fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete in the world and in the Twilight Zone. Hail, Crazy Pineapple. Stephen Kraft with a $10 super chat. Hail, Stephen Kraft, who says, hail, Gary and Doomcock. This is for the robot army keeping the good fight fighting. By the way, what are Doomcock's bots going to do after they burn the sky? Road maintenance? Are the bots recyclable? Yes, the bots are recyclable, but I suspect most of them will survive. They are giant robots after all. They will patrol. They will keep the order. They will prevent, riots in the streets and that kind of shenanigans and tomfoolery. And they will make damn sure that people have their rights of free speech protected and prevent Hollywood from going after fans for making Star Trek movies and Star Wars movies and Doctor Who movies, because I will go ahead and nationalize all of those franchises, and then everyone will be able to tell their own stories, and God willing, we might even get a good Star Trek again. If the fans are doing it, maybe. Thank you, Stephen Kraft. Appreciate you being here. And I want to thank everyone who is here tonight listening to the Inquisition. It is a delight to have you here. Aaron Le Great Baron with a $5 super chat did not say anything, or it's written in invisible ink. I will do my best to figure it out and get back to you, Aaron Le Great Baron. Let's see. Corayon Witch in Residence with a $5 Canadian super chat. Hail, Corayon Witch in Residence, who says, as a legit British traditional witch, Grant Morrison and Alan Moore are what happen when an occultist has too much ego and not enough humility. I hear what you're saying, Corayon Witch in Residence. Yeah, Grant Morrison and Alan Moore practice chaos magic to varying degrees of success. I believe that tradition ties into, the notion that reality is actually non-dual at its base, and duality is an illusion. And that's why you can do things like kind of mind reading and precognition and things like that. Corio and Witch in Residence, thank you very much for that $5 super chat. And I still love Grant Morrison and Alan Moore's work in comics. I just wish that Alan Moore was not such a horrible curmudgeon. It's just ungrateful. He's just a little too ungrateful for my taste these days. Apollini's Minion with a $5 super chat. Hail Apollini's Minion, says Hollywood needs to learn the old saying. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. A few dollars to keep the content coming. Thank you so much, Apollini's Minion. Really appreciate it. And Clobberin Times in the chat says, and Moore and Morrison hate each other. For God's sakes. Why can't we all just get along? Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Thank you, Apollini's Minion. And Hollywood needs to shut its damn mouth and maybe try making quality again. Only quality will save you, Hollywood, not your woke garbage. Your propaganda, your proselytizing, your damn virtue signaling. We've had a belly full of it, and we're not amused anymore. To quote the Queen, we are not amused anymore. Southeastern Kaiju with a $2 super chat. Hail, Southeastern Kaiju says, in my opinion, Tolkien was a better World War I movie than 1917. I've not seen Tolkien. I have not seen it, so I could not comment, Southeastern Kaiju. However, I do appreciate you sharing that, and I guess I need to see Tolkien. 1917 was pretty good. It was really quite good, in my opinion. Commandant VHS with a $2 super chat. Hail, Commandant VHS says you should watch Raised by Wolves. I've heard that. Is it good? Is Raised by Wolves good? I'm asking the chat. Is it appropriate? Let me know. Let me know if I need to check it out or not. Orville Nation with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Orville Nation says, hey guys, new Stargate is coming. Very, very close to happening. Well, that is awesome. I've got the entire Stargate collection, thanks to a dear friend of mine who sent it to me, and I'm making my way through them. I did not watch them the first time they were aired, but I can tell you, damn, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I gotta say, it's a lot of fun. Thank you, Orville Nation. That's some good news, at least. Yeah, as long as it doesn't go woke, that could be great. Sci-Fi Freak with a $5 super chat. Hail, Sci-Fi Freak says, have you seen the TV show Brimstone? And did you guys get my email? Look for Sci-Fi Freak in the subject. I don't know if Gary got it. I will look. Sci-Fi Freak, I get a lot of emails and they get kind of swallowed up and stuff. I will take a look though, Sci-Fi Freak. I need to catch up on my emails. I really do. I am woefully behind on it. And I will drop a line to you when I receive it. I promise. And Raviones Revenshir says they're going to kill Stargate now. It's possible. It's possible. Eric K says you need to see the new Gina Carano post 5 minutes ago. It is so you. Well, let me see. Hold on. If I can pull that up real quick here. Let's see. Where is Gina's tweet? If it's just a few minutes ago. Since I follow her, it should be in my feed. I don't have time to hunt for it for a long time, but let me see. Kind of scrolling through. Well, shoot. It's not showing up. Maybe if someone wants to tweet it to me directly, DM it to me, I will check it out. I'll read it out on the air. All right, let's see. And no, Sci-Fi Freak, I have not seen Brimstone. Is it any good? And Karas with a pair A $5 super chats from Australia. Hail Ancaris, who, by the way, is a fantastic artist, a fantastic film concept and matte painting artist. And Ancaris says, you know, I have on good authority that Patterson has to sway. Okay. You know, I have it on good authority that Patterson has to sway from side to side in the shower just to get wet. Robert Pattinson, of course, being the Batman, or being the Batman. Yes, he has to sway from side to side in the shower just to get wet. And then Cars follows up that witty bon mot with another $5 super chat and says, I've also heard that Pattinson has to stand twice in the same spot to make a shadow. Hey, thank you, Ed Cars, for both of those laughs. Oh, dear God in heaven. What is going on the Batman? Well, I know, but I can't say. I've been asked to keep a lid on the latest bit of information I've gotten, but it is at least fair to say that things are not happy over there. I'm just going to say that. And I don't know. I can't say anything. I better move on. Rick Johnson with a $5 super chat. Hail, Rick Johnson says, did you guys give Harvey the night off?
No, I was not. I was not given the night off. I'm just kind of chilling out, just kind of hanging out and listening to Doomcock and what's his name? Oh, that is insulting. Gary Beekler, Nerdrotic Channels. Gary Beekler, he's a wizard, and he is a friend. And how dare you, Harvey? I was just kidding.
I know you were. What a jerk. Let's see. Don't Mask Truth with a $2 super chat. Hail, Don't Mask Truth, who says, girls get it done. Best trilogy ever. Girls get it done. Girls, they just get it done. Yeah. Jesus Christ. All right. Let me see. I am looking. I was told that it was the tweet was posted in the wrench chat, but I'm still not seeing it. Gina Carano's tweet. Is that the LaBerge quote? Is that what she did or what? I'm not seeing it. All right, I'm going to move on. Lee Jordan with a $4.99 super chat. Hail, Lee Jordan says, just got the Batman 1966 complete series Blu-ray today. Good times. Oh, man. Yeah, I'd love to have the Batman 66 series on Blu-ray. Jesus, that's a great one. Man, they really restored it, man. They went into great detail on the film, the actual film, print positives, I think. Like really got down on that new scans and everything. It's beautiful. The color is incredible. All right. So it looks like this was the quote that Gina Carano posted. If you are silent about your beliefs because you are worried someone will be offended, then your beliefs are not that important to you, but rather what people think about you is. What people see about you will speak more loudly than how people feel about you. Because in the end, when we stand up for what is right and true, we will have many who hate us or love us, but all will know what we are fighting for. T.B. LaBerge. Well said, Gina Carano. Is it any wonder that so many people love her? That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very, very much, Gina. And Rob Altus says it's a must for 66 Batman fans. I need to get it. At some point. God, you're lucky, Lee. Watch it for me, will you? Father Dope with a $2 super chat. Hail, Father Dope says, DC just wanted to say thanks again for the encouragement. You are very, very welcome, Father Dope. Get her done, man. Hang in there and don't give up. Hail to you, Father Dope. Bobby Sharps with a $10 super chat. Hail Bobby Sharps says it won't end because it's a religion and Hollywood is a bunch of zealots. Only the religion is missing a codified set of immutable laws. It's just devotion to insanity. This woke wankerness, this woke wonderland that Hollywood has become. You're right, Bobby. I think we're gonna have a hard time getting that shit out of there. But it must be done. It must be done. We've got to take back our entertainment. We've got to take back our pop culture. It's that simple. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Father Dope, and thank you, Lee Jordan, and thank you, Don't Mask Truth, for that super chats. Jameson Hutchinson, Jameson Hutchinson with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Jameson Hutchinson. Says, hail my lord. I love sci-fi fleet action adventure books and I write them. Is it safe for them to become TV shows in the current political climate? The answer is no, it's not. I don't think there's anything that's safe right now. They twist things that are not woke into woke. Look at The Boys. The comics are not woke, but boy, they sure have twisted it around, haven't they? Look at Woke World. Look at Wokeman, right? Even look at the Umbrella Academy, for God's sakes. They inject this garbage into everything. Everything. So Jameson Hutchinson, if you want your stuff to stay pure, leave it on the page and keep it off the fucking stage. Thank you, Jameson Hutchinson. Rob Altus with a $5 super chat. Hail, Rob Altus says, have you guys seen the Fat Man trailer? It looks great. Maybe the best movie of 2020. I love the premise. I think it has potential to be fantastic, and I am excited to see it. Maybe one of the best Christmas movies ever made. Hail, Rob Altus, looking forward to it. At least something is out there to look forward to, along with, of course, The Expanse. Brian Kim with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Brian. Says, they'll never make fun of the left. There was a little girl who parodied AOC and was called Mini AOC. The animals in the left sent her death threats. Well, isn't that special? Threatening a little girl who parodied AOC, who made the monstrous mistake of parodying AOC. Jesus Christ. That is just sad. Thank you very much, Brian Kim, for calling that out. Those people, I swear, extremists on all sides are the real enemy, not the traditional divisions. A lot of people are more centrist than, they may lean left, they may lean right. The sane center, we need to find refuge there. Lee Jordan, hail to you again, Lee, with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, thank God for my mother because she got me watching classic Westerns like Gunsmoke again. Man, classic TV of that period is really awesome, man. I'm going through all the Columbos. Thanks to my friend, the Kelvington, who sent me the full collection of Columbo. Those are great, man. Also got just done watching The Invaders in color, a Quinn Martin production. Great show. Great old shows, man. Turn to the past. Watch those old movies and old TV shows. It will be like a breath of fresh air. When woke was something you did in the morning. Terminus Est with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Terminus Est. Says, would you consider any of the women on The Boys to be Mary Sue's? No, not really. Not really. It's not woke in that way. I don't think any of the women are Mary Sue's. I think they're all, a little over inflated in terms of their importance. I mean, I think it's woke that all the bosses on the show are women, except for, Gus Fring, who's evil. So of course he has to be male. But I wouldn't say that the women are Mary Sue's on that show. I would not. John Maxwell with a $5 super chat. Hail, John. Says, my birthday is coming Thursday. Could I trouble you for some birthday wishes as I turn 32 years old? Happy birthday, John Maxwell. Happy birthday. 32 is a great age to be. And I hope this Thursday you will have a wonderful, wonderful birthday. I actually have an anniversary coming up here. It'll be on Saturday, October 17th. It's the 3-year anniversary of my channel. 3 years ago on the 17th, I posted my very first YouTube video, started my YouTube channel, and what a journey it's been. And I will be doing a celebratory live stream on Saturday. I hope a lot of you guys will be able to join me for that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But happy birthday, John Maxwell. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, John Maxwell. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Hail, John. Have a good one, brother. Treat yourself. Life is short, damn it, especially in 2020. The Waltman 4 with a $4.99 super chat. Hail, the Waltman 4 says, have you seen Midnight's Edge video about the Batman rumor being corroborated? Yes, I have. And I was very, very, very happy to have that from Midnight's Edge. Hail to Andre, Tom, and Captain Rob for their excellent work. And, people were calling me the usual thing, calling me a liar, calling me this, calling me that. And then it keeps getting corroborated over and over and over again. But yeah, they like to lie and say I lie when really they reveal themselves to be the liars. Funny how that works. Albatross Flight with a $5 super chat. Albatross, thank you, my friend. Says a good rant deserves a few bucks. Thank you, Albatross Flight. Yes, I had a little bit of a meltdown about an hour and 12 minutes into this broadcast. So when you go back and listen to the replay, if you missed it, go and check it out. I was just, I'm so fed up with the mediocre garbage in Hollywood. It just set me off. So I'm sick of it. And Bobby Lane with a $5 super chat. Hail, Bobby Lane says, hail, Doomcock. Hail, Gary. Hail, chat. Doomcock, that is the best rant I've heard in a long while. It's great. Keep up the great work. Your fight is important to us. Thank you very much, Bobby Lane. I really, really appreciate it. And hail to you, sir. Tactical Fanboy says with a $5 super chat, hail, Tactical Fanboy. This rant has earned Earth's future ruler a beer or two. Thank you very much, Tactical Fanboy. I will avail myself of that beer with the $5 you sent me. I really, really appreciate it. And Muzzle Velocity with a $25 super chat. Hail, Muzzle Velocity says, gotta throw some support for a great rant like that. Thank you so much, Muzzle Velocity. That is a very kind gesture and a really wonderful, generous super chat. Thank you, Muzzle Velocity. And Big Fat Man with a $2 super chat. Hail, Big Fat Man says, is Stormfront going to be Darth Vader in season 3? Kind of looks like it. I mean, literally, like, Stumpy, the Wonder Woman. She is fried to a crisp. Mustafar's volcanic ash has kicked her ass. It's I don't know if she's going to be in armor, probably. God only knows. She's Popeye the sailor scam, I don't know, but I thought it was, I'm not enjoying the show. I got to say it. Jameson Hutchinson with a $4.99 super chat. Hail, Jameson Hutchinson, who says, how much more money are they going to have to lose on this god-awful crap before reality comes back and slaps them silly? God only knows, Jameson Hutchinson. I don't know if they're just fundamentally communists and they don't give a damn about making money anymore. They've forgotten about the free market system, forgotten about, pleasing the customer, shit like that. I don't know. But I got to tell you, I'm so sick of their crap. So sick of their crap. And we've just got to keep calling them out. We've got to keep fighting. We've got to keep boycotting. We've got to keep depriving them, starving them of oxygen. But silence is consent. Do not be silent. Call out every single woke show, woke movie, politicized piece of garbage that they try to propagandize us with. We have got to resist. We have got to fight, or nothing is ever gonna change. Arcadian Twilight with a $10 super chat. Hail Arcadian Twilight. What a great name. Says, thanks for helping call out and help us avoid the rage-inducing woke washing of Western entertainment. For now, it's books, indie work, subbed Japanimese media for me. It's how the broke avoid the woke. Amen. Watch that indie stuff. Read books, read comics, watch anime, watch old TV shows, and go to the AFI list of 100 greatest films ever made, the American Film Institute. Make sure you've watched them all. If you haven't watched all of the 100 best movies ever made, what the fuck are you doing? Got to get out there, man. Got to treat yourself. Got to get it. R. Willia, 99 with a $4.99 super chat. Hail R. Willia, says Doomcock preach. Adult pretenders should be in Merriam-Webster. Amazing definition. Thank you, R. Willia, 99. Hopefully, this is why you tune in to the Inquisition every Sunday night. And hopefully, every time that you do, you are rewarded. Good night, Fire Knight 013. It is wonderful to have had you here. Hail to R. Fletch. Good night to you. Hail to Kyogre's Hideout. Laurie Wilson, Sandra Feliciano, Laurie Wilson, Rennie A., Raven Z. Black, Mary Ashmead, Tyron Beard, all of you guys, Stellar Heather, Laurie Wilson, all of the wrenches out there tonight. Hail to you all, and thank you for being here. Sandra Feliciano, Raymond Feliciano, you guys are the best. Absolutely the best. And Muzzle Velocity in the chat says, I still believe that closed wallets are our best tactic and revenge. Look how the NBA has bent the knee about removing activist crap from the court next season. Here. Keep at it, folks. We can win this. We can absolutely win this. We've just got to stick to our guns. We've just got to not lose hope. Shin Godzilla with a $50 super chat. Hail to thee, Shin Godzilla, who says, hail Gary and Lord Doomcock. I have to admit, I am just ignoring a lot of the current woke nonsense and just watching older stuff. For example, I watched the classic Who, The War Games, and it was great. Put me in a good mood too. Amen. Listen, there's a lot of DVDs out there. A lot of stuff that you can buy easily, and you've just got to get them used. That's the best way to absolutely get them used. Let me see. Where are we? Actually, Dalek 451, I know you say that you have sent a super chat. I have not as of yet gotten to it. I am trying to go more or less in order here now after some initial jumping around to cover the content of what we were doing. But let me just make sure that it's here at all. Dalek 451 with a 10-pound super chat. Hail Dalek 451. You're in the UK, man. You're staying up late. So let me get to it right now. Dalek 451 says, my friend went to a convention where he kindly got me Sylvester McCoy's autograph, and later we went to a convention together and I got Sophie Aldred's autograph. Are they worthless now? Hell no. Hell no, they are not worthless, Dalek 451. No way. No way, brother. Listen, those are dear to your heart. That stuff has not been tainted. What you've got to do is, moving forward, not give the BBC any support, any money, any views. We've got to purge this shit from our minds, from our consciousness. We've got to. So please, folks, Don't let them kill your love and enthusiasm for what came before. Don't let it happen. Don't let them do that. Don't let them extinguish that flame of love and fidelity that burns in your hearts and in your memories. We can only, moving forward, ignore and punish the miscreants that have vandalized Doctor Who, but don't let it impact your love of the show that was. Please don't. There you go. All right. Thank you very much, Dalek 451. And like I said, trying to get to things, in order. And sorry, it takes a little while, but I'm moving on. We're moving on. We're moving forward. Help Desk JNP with $1 super chat, written in invisible elvish rooms. Thank you, Help Desk JNP. Raymond Feliciano, author of All's Fair, a Dolphin War novel. Hail Raymond says, epic rant. Now that our mythologies are dead and buried, it's time for new creators to build new myths. Thank you, Raymond Feliciano. You are absolutely correct. And that is exactly what you, sir, are doing with the Dolphin Wars. And I commend you for that act of faith, discipline, and I hope it sells 1 million copies. Hail, Raymond Feliciano. Cecil says is only adult-only content with a $2 super sticker, super chat. Thank you, Cecil. Cecil says, Utopia on Prime is the epitome of woke programming. Yeah, it didn't look so good to me. Good night, Joan S. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a wonderful week, Joan S. Cecil, yeah, I haven't watched it, and thank you for the warning. I will give it a wide berth moving forward. Cecil says, support Cecil says by cash grab. Terminus Est with a $5 super chat. Hail Terminus Est. He says, my liege, I want to give Harvey some comedic advice. Harvey, your jokes suck. Want to know how to really get people cracking up? It takes 10 tickles.
Those are some horrible puns. Those are some puns that are making me pissed off. Terminus Est, my jokes don't suck. Your jokes suck.
Oh, I know I am, but what are you?
Exactly, yes. I'm going to TM that. I know you are, but what am I, TM?
I think that's an old thing. That's an old saying.
Did anyone TM it?
No.
I know you are, but what am I? TM. And I'm TMing the TM. I know you are. What am I? TM. Back to you, Chet.
Thank you, Harvey. Terminus Est. That was funny. That was funny. I want to know how to really get people cranking up? It takes 10 tickles. JPRPH1 with a $4.99 super chat. Hail JPRPH1 who says, hail DC and Harvey. Good night. Good night to you, JPRPH1, and thank you for being here tonight with all of us on the Inquisition. Marcus Cato with a $1.99 super chat. Hail Marcus Cato says, Hollywood delenda est. Yes. I forget. Who watches the Watchers? Well, if Hollywood is the Watchers, I guess the answer is a lot less people every fucking day. Hail Marcus Cato. Thank you for that. Digi Akuma with a $2 super chat. Hail Digi Akuma says Cavill sold out. I don't think Cavill sold out. I think Cavill was sending up a distress flare. I think Cavill is definitely one of us. He loves The Witcher. He wanted to do The Witcher. I'm sure he took a pay cut to do The Witcher. You know what I'm saying? Compared to his movie salaries. And they're screwing him in season 2. They're making him part of a fucking ensemble. That makes me sick to my stomach. R.I.P. The Witcher. That's just a damn shame. A damn shame. Culture Casino, thank you for the Dumacorn in the chat. Jason C. with another Dumacorn in the chat. Thank you, Jason C. very much for both of those Dumacorns. Let's see. Alpha Guns with a $5 super chat. Hail Alpha Guns, who says, what are your thoughts of the Netflix soy Conan the Barbarian? Well, I don't know what to think yet, Alpha Guns. I haven't seen a frame of it. I don't know. but I tell you what, I'm a lot less hopeful for Conan the Barbarian than I was before I heard what they're doing to The Witcher season 2. I mean, if they are doing that to maybe their most successful show, and they're going to go ahead and ruin it, then what do you think they're going to do to Conan the Barbarian in this environment, in this horrible woke ecosystem of suck? I don't know, Alpha Guns, but I am, God, I'm torn up about it. I mean, I was looking forward to The Witcher, and I've loved the game, and this makes me absolutely sick. Hail Alpha Guns, and thank you for that super chat. Todd Zilla with a $10 super chat. Hail Todd Zilla, who says, Gary and Doomcock, Ewan McGregor says Obi-Wan Kenobi TV series will start filming in March. Thoughts? Well, I understand that the Obi-Wan so-called TV series is really a mini series. It's only going to be 4 episodes. Now, you figure that those 4 episodes are 30 minutes long, like The Mandalorian, more or less. So really what they're doing is filming the Obi-Wan movie. They're basically filming the Obi-Wan movie, breaking it up into, 4 parts, changing it up a little bit here or there, nip there, tuck there. I'm neutral on it. I've heard some rumors from inside Lucasfilm that say that it's looking pretty good. And I think that these people would tell me if it was a shit sandwich force using crap. So I'm optimistic. I at least credit that the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show may actually be good. So knock wood, I hope it will be. Zel Sancho 3 Fuku says, so you think Umbrella Academy sucks? I thought the first season of Umbrella Academy was fantastic. I thought that the second season of Umbrella Academy had about half to 2/3 of it being pretty damn good and half to a third of it sucking, being woke, being boring. So all in all, it was better in the first season. I don't know where it will go in the third season. I hope they will correct course a little bit and stop injecting this woke garbage into every fucking thing they do. It just gets so fucking old. I can't stand it. I can't even keep it down anymore. You know what I mean? It's like something I watch that just makes me hurl instantly. Literature Devil with a $2 super chat. Hail Literature Devil. The Literature Devil is in the house. He says, hail Doomcock and Nerdrotic. Hail Literature Devil. Literature Devil also with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, by the way, Doomcock went ahead and sent you an email. I am behind on my emails. I will go and check it out, and I will get back to you, sir. I'm sorry. I have been just plowed under. I've just been plowed under. But thank you, Literature Devil. How outstanding. Thank you for being here, coming into the Inquisition. And I will be in touch soon. Sorry about that, sir. Atom Mirabilis. Atom Mirabilis with a $4.99 super chat. Hail, sir. Says, imagine if Capaldi's era was more like Hinchcliffe, the early Fourth Doctor era stories, like Talons of White Chang, or Horror at Fang Rock. Such a waste. Yeah, Capaldi could have been brilliant. Could have been absolutely brilliant. I think he could have been a towering doctor, a legend. But no, they made him a buffoon for Clara and whoever else they brought in at the end. I don't know. I stopped watching it. I watched, I think the first 2 episodes and couldn't stand it. And I watched the one where he was trapped in the castle and being chased by the guy in the suit or scholar or whatever. Which I thought was okay, but I also wasn't terribly impressed by it. They squandered Capaldi. He could have been absolutely fantastic. They totally blew it. What a damn shame. Elijah Snow with a $14.99 super chat. Hail Elijah Snow, who says, maybe the only real way we have to fight back is we have to parallel our own creative work. Razor Fist writing, for example, and Rob Burnett working on things, forge our own myths, and help each other win. Absolutely. Absolutely. James Caserta is actually doing that. James Caserta here in the chat is working on something that is hoped will save Star Trek. And hail to you, James Caserta. Yeah, I know I need to read it. I just haven't had a chance. I am so plowed under. It's hard for me to read things, but I will take a look at it as soon as I can, James. And hail Elijah Snow. You're absolutely correct. I want to thank you for that very generous super chat. Hail Razor Fist. Hail Robert Meyer Burnett. And who knows, I may be working on a little something myself at some point in the future. I may be publishing a collection of short stories that I've written. I'm thinking about it. Hail Elijah Snow, and thank you, sir. Larry with a Doomicorn in the chat. Hail to Larry. Thank you, my friend, for that Doomicorn. Blue Satoshi with a $2 super chat. Hail Blue Satoshi. Says next generation predicted TV would be dead circa 2040. Just saying. Wow, prophetic Blue Satoshi. I'd forgotten about that. Well done. Yeah. Well, maybe they called it at this point. I think they're spot on. Hail Rennie A. Thank you very much. Bob Gable with a $5 super chat. Hail Bob Gable says, hey, Gary, Donnie Cates is saying Peter Simeti is siding with a hate group. Pathetic. God. All of these little nothings on Twitter, they all try to say that we're hate mongers, blah, 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 Yahtzees, blah, blah, blah. I mean, they just make shit up because they have no intellectual heft, no rebuttals to our arguments. They cannot fight us on the facts, and so they resort to ad hominem attacks. So Donnie Cates trying to smear Peter Simeti, siding with a hate group. Yawn. What else is new? These fucking people are so pathetic. It makes me sick. Larry says, fetal bomb. Fetal bomb? Like feeble bomb? Oh dear, Beetle Bomb's going to be pissed off, man. Beetle Bomb is a burning ball of rage, I got to say. Culture Casino with a $5 super chat. Hail Culture Casino, says Lord Doomcock and Nerdrotic passing judgment vastly more entertaining than any fake Trek, fake Who, or relevant comic book property. Hail the Inquisition. Hail Culture Casino. Thank you, sir. I am deeply pleased that you enjoy the Inquisition, enjoy us passing judgment on these pop culture atrocities. And we're going to keep doing it as long as you guys will keep coming back every Sunday night. Thank you, Culture Casino. Love you, brother. Mark C with a $10 super chat. Hail, Mark C. Says, sadly, Kurtzman's contract lasting through 2027 makes sense. Being that far out would explain why he's still there. The buyout would be worth more than the IP is worth. Well, now, Mark C, now the franchise isn't worth a plugged fucking farthing, a brass farthing, plugged. Not worth a washer on a fucking string stuck in a laundromat slot. You know what I'm saying? Mark C, Jesus God. Oh, man. This whole Kurtzman thing, Star Trek is just dead. But we have to keep calling it out. We have to keep calling it out. We can't give up. We've got to keep, whacking that pinata. Whacking the woke pinata. That's what we're doing. Whacking the woke pinata. Hashtag whacking the woke pinata. I think that's one that should trend forever. Chris C with a $2 super chat. Hail, Chris C says the Picard review is Gary's Chinese democracy. Listen, Gary's working very hard on his Picard review. He's trying very hard, but I tell you what, it's painful. It's a painful thing to revisit. It's like satanic childhood abuse or being abducted and probed by a UFO. There's certain things that a person doesn't willingly return to at that point of time. So, going back to the scene of the assassination of Jean-Luc Picard is a painful thing, and Gary will get around to it in his own time. He is a wizard. He is a wizard indeed. A whiz of a whiz, if ever a whiz there was. Hail, Chris C. And thank you for that comment. Gary's Chinese democracy. Hail, Mark C. It's great to see you again, Mark C. And thank you for being here tonight. Fred W. Manzo. With a $4.99 super chat. Hail, Fred W. Manzo, who says, Doctor Who, Star Trek, and Star Wars, which is the most dead? I'd say Star Trek is closest to coming back to life. All it needs is all new everything. After all the heaping helpings of abuse that these shoddy writers at Secret Hideout and Bad Robot have heaped upon it, I don't know that there's anything left to come back to. Even if they go ahead and decanonize everything that Kurtzman did, I think that the enthusiasm and joy of Star Trek is gone. All you've got is a bunch of sad little Dreckies on Twitter, jerking each other off about how virtuous they are, loving Mikey Spock, etc., and so on, and how they knew Gene Roddenberry personally, etc., and so on, which of course they didn't, because they wouldn't be saying that shit if they had. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Fred W. Manzo. I personally think Star Wars is the closest to being revived because it still has a faint heartbeat. And that heart is the Mandalorian. So I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. TK Not at Post. Speaking of Star Wars, TK Not at Post with a $20 super chat. Hail, TK Not at Post, who says, just throwing some support for the best stream team on YouTube. Thanks for the best commentary and analysis of pop culture, Follywood, and nerddom. I love that. TK Not at Post, thank you. And on behalf of Gary, I thank you as well. Hail, Gary Beekler, who said he'd be listening in the background. I hope so. Hope you got that, Gary. We're the best stream team on YouTube. And I kind of agree. And I just want to say, hashtag Follywood. I love that. Can't type. Hashtag Follywood. What a great tag. TK Not at Post, thank you, my friend. Great to see you again. Tyrannus Cygnus with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tyrannus, or Tyrannus. You say Tyrannus, I say Tyrannus. You say a Canis, I say a Canis. With a $5 super chat, says, rock on, please. Save Doctor Who. I'm afraid, Tyrannus Cygnus, that Doctor Who is beyond saving. Nothing can stop that now. Just once, let me look on you with my own eyes. And just for that, I'm going to go ahead and put on my damn helmet for a while.
Can you hear me? I've got my helmet on. I've decided to do at least a bit of the rest of this Inquisition with my helmet on. Good night, Lego Patent Films. Hail to you. You might want to stick around to hear the helmet for a little while. Scarfy the Strange with a $10 super chat. Hail, Scarfy the Strange. Says, falling asleep to these streams has affected my dreams somehow. I just woke from seeing Leonard Nimoy in a tinfoil hat, demanding to know if anyone has seen the original Trek. Wow, that may have actually been Leonard Nimoy. Maybe he's back. I know he would not be pleased with the hideous, grotesque mockery of a corpse that Kurtzman has given us. Hail, Scarfy the Strange, and hail to the chat, and hail to the Inquisition. Usually I take off my helmet for live streams, in case I want to do impressions like Hank Hill or sing a song or something, but I don't really do that on the Inquisition. So I think maybe I should start wearing my helmet a little bit more on the Inquisitions. What do you think? Do you like the helmet on the Inquisition? Hail, Fred W. Manzo. Good night, my friend. If you'd like, I could try wearing the helmet a little bit more on Inquisitions in the future. But in the meantime, let's move on. Also, I can't drink alcohol in the helmet. However, I wasn't drinking alcohol tonight. I should have had the damn helmet on. What's wrong with me? Damn it. Breaker, aka Brick here. Thank you for the Dumicorn. Jason C. Hail, and thank you for the Dumicorn as well. MTH with a $5 super chat. Hail, MTH. Thank you, my friend. Says, you say Star Trek Picard ruined Picard. I say the Next Generation films ruined him first, but I just ignore them and watch the series with undying love. Deep Space Nine is the best Trek. I love the original series, but I have to say that Deep Space Nine is absolutely fantastic, and I can respect that view. I really, really can. Thank you, MTH, and I'm glad that Picard did not ruin your mental dojo image of Picard. I think that's great, and I'm very happy you can still enjoy it. Dag the Gnome with a $5 Canadian super chat. Hail, Dag the Gnome. Says instead, just rewatch the 1980s Granada television home serials with Jeremy Brett and Ted Hardwick. So good. I have to say, I really, really loved the Jeremy Brett Sherlock Holmes stuff. My favorite Sherlock Holmes of all time, I believe, was A Scandal in Bohemia with Jeremy Brett. I thought that was absolutely fantastic. And from that point on, he always referred to her simply as the woman. What a great, great episode that was. My God. Toddzilla says, yes, more helmet on in the Inquisition. I think I can oblige you on that, my friends. I got to remember that. And good night to our Fletch. Enjoy and have a wonderful week, my friend. All right. And Dag the Gnome, I agree. Ancaris with a $5 Australian super chat. Hail, Ancaris. Says, sounds similar to the virus. It has the same effect. Makes you sick. That is, of course, Kurtzman Trek. Amen. Hail, Ancaris, and thank you for that. Ovaltine Patrol. And by the way, Ancaris, really enjoyed having you on the stream last time, and your artwork absolutely blew my mind. In Muzzle Velocity, yes, Jeremy Brett had Holmes down cold, absolutely 100%. And Ovaltine Patrol, with a $5 super chat, thank you, Ovaltine Patrol, says Ebola Holmes is self-defeating. Instead of creating a new Victorian-era female detective, it's an admission that they have to be propped up by a man. I agree with that entirely. Hail Ovaltine Patrol. And thank you very much. Ebola Holmes, indeed. I'd forgotten, Ancaris, that is what you were referring to. And when I said that earlier in the stream, I just plumb forgot. Hail Ancaris and hail to Ebola Holmes. The idea, not the show. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Hail Digi Akuma says, I'd rather watch The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes' Smarter Brother, starring Gene Wilder, than Ebola Holmes. The movie does exist, by the way. Oh, I'm aware of that. I'm absolutely aware of that. Gene Wilder was a national treasure. Really, really loved Gene Wilder in everything he did. Even Willy Wonka, and the Chocolate Factory. I think that movie is creepy as fuck, and the Oompa Loompas are scary. But I thought Gene Wilder was fantastic. He was just a wonderful, wonderful actor. Hail Digi Akuma and MTH with a $5 super chat. Hail MTH, who sent a clarifying super chat here. Thank you, MTH. Says addendum. I meant I watched The Next Generation with undying love. Star Trek Picard sucks. I wish you guys would discuss Deep Space Nine in more depth. It's damn near perfect. You're right. I just need to rewatch the entire show, start to finish. I need to binge it And at that point, maybe I need to start doing some Deep Space Nine live streams to discuss it or something like that. I think that would be fantastic. And Vigilante Williamson asks, does Gene Wilder have a bad film? The answer is no. Remember Silver Streak with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor? It's kind of a forgotten movie these days, but goddamn, that was a fun movie. I love that movie. Mark C. with a $5 super chat. Hail, Mark C., who says the BBC show Sherlock also dealt with his sister. She was also smarter than him on that show. She was also a bug nuts crazy villain too. Yes, Mark C., I watched it and I hated it, and that's when I stopped watching. Yeah, I also hated that, Watson marries a woman who, get this, is a secret agent. God, it's just, I loved the first season or two of Sherlock, and then it just went straight down ye old crapper. Could not take it anymore. Hail, Mark C. Yeah, awful shit. Absolutely awful shit. Tyron Beard with a $5 Australian super chat and a $10 Australian super chat. Hail, Tyron Beard, my wrench, my friend, and the C unit to end all C units. And Tyron Beard says, number one, so I just helped my parents set up a Wi-Fi hotspot to test. I had my mom go to your site and she said, this is Shatner. I said, yeah, he does Shatner. She said, nah, it is Shatner voice acting as Doomcock. Boss, are you William Shatner? My only other guess is that you might be Bill Clinton. Well, to answer that question, I will briefly remove my helmet and we'll see if we can't address the issue. Am I secretly William Shatner?
So, to test, I had my mom go to your site, and she said, this is Shatner. I said, yeah, he does Shatner. She said, nah, it is Shatner, voice acting as Doomcock. Boss, you, William Shatner? My only other guess is that you might be Bill Clinton. Tyron Beard, the answer is, of course, I'm not William Shatner. I'm too poor to be William Shatner. I don't have his considerable talent. I don't have his amazing hair. I don't have his incredible stable of racing horses, and I don't have his record collection. Even though more Shatner than Shatner, as Captain Opinion says. Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. You want it with the helmet on. Shatner with the helmet on. We can do that.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. And now, I present to you Darth Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. It depends on what your definition of this is. Thank you, Tyron Beard. And tell your mother she was right. Tell your mother she was right about me. Tell your mother she was right. Abby A. with an incredibly generous $100 super chat. Abby A., I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that super chat. It is incredibly generous of you. And Abby A. says, thank you so much, Dictor Van Doomcock and Gary from Nerdrotic, for giving us real news and critical analysis about the Kurtzman Trek shows. That takes a lot of effort for any of us to see, since they are so pathetic and disastrous in their storylines. Great work. Thank you very much, Abby A. It is a horrible burden and a painful, painful damn thing to watch this garbage, to analyze it, to think about it enough to point out how bad it is. You know, a lot of these Drekkies are characterized by not being thoughtful, by not examining what they're watching critically, and thus they are spared the nut-crunching pain and attendant brain damage that goes with watching Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Puke Hard, and Star Trek Lower Decks. It's just awful stuff. Abby A., thank you very, very much for that incredibly generous super chat. And if you're enjoying this live stream, please lick the like button, give a thumbs up, let YouTube know that you enjoy the Inquisition. So we can keep bringing it to you, and hopefully they will keep, promoting it in some way or another, although lots of times it gets ghosted. What are you going to do? Carl Manvers with a $5 New Zealand super chat. Hail, Carl Manvers, who says, the boys crashed and burned faster than my mental health. Is nothing ever going to go right? Got a feel for Carl Urban. Yeah, you really do, Carl Manvers, you really do. God, he could be a great butcher. He would have been perfect as butcher, but not like this. Had to be written a lot better. And hail, Keeper of Traken, who has upgraded their membership to Dumentite level. Thank you, Keeper of Traken. And thank you to any new members that have joined tonight. When I'm talking with Gary, it's a lot harder for me to keep track of things going on in the regular chat, although I do try. So I want to really thank all of my channel members. Just did an exclusive channel member video for Dumentites and Archvillains just 2 days ago, on Friday, actually. So it's over there. It's got some additional information about rumors on the set of The Batman. And I hope you guys will enjoy it. I thought it was absolutely incredibly scandalous. And Dalek451 says, hello, I'm Overlord DVD. I suffered through it so you don't have to. Hail to you, my lord. Hail to you, Dalek451. And Father Dope says, why the hell is Carl Urban not Wolverine? He'd be a great Wolverine, wouldn't he? Although I gotta, come on. I think the guy that's currently doing Wolverine does a pretty goddamn good job, right? Hugh Jackman. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Carl Manvers. Max McKinley with a $5 super chat. Hail, Max McKinley, who says the boys had some interesting stuff, but it did end up being woke. Yes, it did. It's time for every one of us in the fandoms to build our own better worlds. A lot of folks are doing that. Rod Thunderheart, the great Rod Thunderheart, is an author of See-Through Love. We have got Raymond Feliciano with All's Fair. We've got The Maiden's War, which is absolutely fantastic book. You should check it out. The Maiden's War on Amazon. Some great stuff has been done out there. It's just hard to find through all the noise. But thank you, Max McKinley. Jameson Hutchinson with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Jameson, again, for all the donations tonight. And Jameson says, Admiral Who, Spineward Sectors, book series, Middleton series, Odyssey of the Gamergate series, Unconventional Heroes series, Arena and Skullduggery series by Logan Jacobs. Read them and enjoy yourselves. Isn't that weird? The idea that we might read things or watch things for enjoyment? What a quaint and old-fashioned notion, Jameson Hutchinson. Haven't you gotten the new news, comrade? Haven't you gotten the new memo from the Department of Marxism that we're no longer supposed to be enjoying these things? These things are for our own good and the good of the society that they are building on our graves. Hail Jameson Hutchinson, and thank you very much for those recommendations. Admiral Who, Spineward Sectors, book series, Middleton series, Odyssey of the Gamergate series, Unconventional Hero series, Arena and Skullduggery series by Logan Jacobs. Jameson Hutchinson has spoken. Heed his call. Black Tiger 001 with a $5 super chat. Hail Black Tiger 001, and thank you. Says childhood heroes were Spider-Man and Sherlock Holmes. Hate the unbound destruction plaguing fandom. Buying and selling on Indiegogo is going to be my future. excellent. Supporting independent creators is a great way to go ahead and advance our cause. It really is. Thank you very much, Black Tiger 001, for supporting independent creators on Indiegogo. That is absolutely, it's the right thing to do, at the risk of sounding like Wilford Brimley. Super Blubber Puss with a $5 super chat. Hail, Super Blubber Puss. It's great to see you, my dear Legionnaire, who says Star Trek Generations was the end of Star Trek for me. Next Gen was an abomination. Well, that is one unpopular view, Super Blubber Puss. However, Star Trek Generations was crap, and I refuse to watch it to this day. I've watched only the parts with Captain Kirk where he doesn't die. The rest of it was really boring, really hodgepodge, really slapdash. And but I would not say Next Generation was an abomination. I think there was some amazing Star Trek done on that series. But hail, Super Blubber Puss. We can certainly agree to disagree. Although on Star Trek Generations, we are as one. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Hail, Nicholas Horton, who says the only thing I'm grateful to Netflix for is they have all of the Studio Ghibli films. Yeah, there's some good stuff on Netflix. Of course, they're ruining The Witcher, or allowing it through inaction or indulgence to be ruined, but c'est la vie. What are we going to do? I don't know. It's sad. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. It is always an honor and a joy to see you in the chat. Sandra Feliciano with a $5 super chat, and she is still here, wrenching away like crazy. Hail, Sandra. Sandra Feliciano says, thank you for encouraging Raymond in publishing his book. His interview today went well. You are the sweetest evil overlord ever. Thank you so much, Sandra Feliciano. And congratulations to Raymond on his interview and his book, and I hope it is just going fantastic. Thank you, Sandra. Shin Godzilla with a $5 super chat. Hail, Shin Godzilla. He says, hi, Lord Doomcock. Have you ever watched The Story of Ricky? You mean Ricky O, Shin Godzilla? Hell yes. The Story of Ricky. Ricky O. It's one of the most violent, over-the-top, insane, grindhouse Asian movies I've ever seen in my life, and I loved it. Good night, Draco Argentus. Sir, thank you for being here tonight, and I'm sorry I didn't get much of a chance to talk to you. I apologize to everyone I haven't had a chance to independently say hi to, but that's how the Inquisitions go. They're quite busy, and yeah, it's a little difficult to do that. Anyway, Shin Godzilla, hell yes. If you've not seen Ricky O, The Story of Ricky, you need to see it. Shin Godzilla, it is outstanding. Damn, I need to get that on DVD. God, it's been years since I've seen that. It's fucking amazing stuff, isn't it? The Grizzly with a $5 super chat. Hail to the Grizzly, who says, you think that the death of Hollywood will be slow and painful over the course of 5 years? Or has a C-19 accelerated it to a fast death in 2 or 3 years? The Grizzly, absolutely. C-19. The C-19. No, we can't dance together. Anyway, you can't sing in the helmet. It just makes everything sound terrible. Anyway, I have said that C-19 has accelerated the evolution of Hollywood, the devolution and outmoding of wokeness by 7 years. I honestly believe that this financial situation, this vice that they find themselves in financially, is forcing them to change their fucking way of thinking. And I think it's a fantastic thing. One of the few blessings of this accursed damn contagion that has ruined all of our lives and made 2020 such a shithole nightmare of suck. But yeah, it has brought Hollywood almost to the point of being on their knees. I think that the woke shit is already dead. I think it's just staggering on like a chicken with its head cut off over, I don't know, maybe the next year, 18 months, but I think big changes are coming. Good night, Draco Argentus. Thank you for being here. And hail to all of my wrenches. And good night, Nitrium. Thank you for being here. Cousin Oliver says something parallel. Something parallel. A parallel universe where Hollywood is gone broke. Well, that universe is actually here. Thank you, the Grizzly. Sci-Fi Freak with a $2 super chat. Hail, Sci-Fi Freak. Says, for a 90s cop show, I liked it. Which one? Which one were you talking about, Sci-Fi Freak? You can just reply in the regular chat. I'm keeping an eye out for it. Eric K with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Eric K. Says, next time I will give you more info so it's easier to find. Thank you, Eric K. I appreciate that. I'm completely overwhelmed, so more information is always a lot better and more helpful than less. And Matt G, thank you for the piece of cake super sticker. I really appreciate it. Gosh, I guess for my anniversary that's coming up on Saturday, 3 years on YouTube, folks. It's going to be a lot of fun. And hail, Captain Trek. Jaffa Rebellion with a $5 super chat. Hail, Jaffa Rebellion. Says, I've never sent one of these before. Wow, a first super chat from Jaffa Rebellion. Thank you very much. And Jaffa Rebellion says, I've never sent one of these before, but thank you for introducing me to The Expanse. I saw your review, gave it a look, and never once regretted it. That's absolutely outstanding. Jaffa Rebellion, thank you for supporting quality entertainment. Thank you for watching The Expanse. Because all it takes for Suck TV to win is for good people to not watch good TV. Support the good TV, reject the bad TV. That's what we need. And Simon Beard says, my mom called it. Hashtag Shatner is Doomcock. Thank you, Overlord DVD. My mom laughed her head off listening to that. Thank you, Tyron Beard. And Exarius says, you can get Ricky O, the story of Ricky, for $4.99 on Amazon. Yeah, but can you get it forever? Can you buy it? Or is it just renting it? I'd rather own it on physical media. Love Amazon, but I'd rather own it. Brown Gaijin with a $5 super chat. Hail, Brown Gaijin. Good to see you, sir. Brown Gaijin says, someone stole $800 in paychecks from me, but tonight I got it back. Please sing me something upbeat. P.S. I know it was you, Harvey. Well, I better take off the helmet here for a second and allow
a response. All right, Harvey, did you steal $800 in paychecks from Brown Gaijin?
Let me tell you something, Brown Gaijin. If I'd have stole $800 in paychecks from you, you wouldn't have got it back, buddy. So it wasn't me. You wouldn't have got it back. That's all I got to say.
Wow. Well, that makes a certain amount of sense. Brown Gaijin says, please sing something upbeat. Well, what the hell? Let's have the frog song. Oh, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, honey, you'll lose me and you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own. Hope that's upbeat enough for you. Hail, Brown Gaijin, and congratulations on getting the $800 back from Harvey.
I didn't take it. He never got it back. Don't give me that shit. I refuse to be slandered in that way. I am not a common thief. I am an excellent thief.
Noted. B. Jordan with a $10 super chat. Hail, B. Jordan. Says, hail, Doomcock, Gary, mods, and chat. Hail, B. Jordan. God bless you for being here tonight. And hail to Michael White, who says, all hail, Doomcock, greetings from Thailand. How outstanding. How outstanding, Michael White. Super damn cool. And Tyron Beard says, that was the best Shatner ever. Thank you very much. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, as I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly, the came a tapping as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "entreating entrance at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more." And I want to say, I thought I saw Rod Thunderheart. Hail, Rod Thunderheart, the author, the lover, the fighter, and my good friend has made an appearance in the chat, and it's great to see you. All right. Len Rod with a $5 super chat. No relation to Rod Thunderheart is Len Rod. Len Rod, thank you, sir, for the super chats. There's a few shekels for missed Doomicorn entries these past few Fridays. Also disappointed that Fritz Lang's Metropolis isn't on the top 100 movies list. I did not know it wasn't. That is a disappointment. It's kind of an egregious oversight. I mean, Jesus, it's a towering cinema landmark. It should be on there. Ah, that's sad. That's sad. Well, no list is perfect, I guess. JPR PH1 with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, JPR PH1. It says, "Hail Doomcock and Harvey. Good night." Good night to you, my friend. I think I said good night to you earlier, but if not, I hope I did. In Hot Water with a $2 super chat. Thank you, In Hot Water. It says, "Mr. Show predicted the future." Now, yeah, I haven't seen Mr. Show in a long time. But I do vaguely remember that in Hot Water. I need to rewatch Mr. Show. That was a good show, wasn't it? Way back when humor wasn't illegal and or criminal. Toddzilla, good night. 5 a.m. where you are, Toddzilla. You have been a soldier. You have been a soldier. Outstanding. Toddzilla, good night and have a wonderful, wonderful week. Let's see. Ian Slater with a $2 super chat. Hail, Ian Slater says, "Miss Harvey, here is some wampum. Press the button."
Thank you. Thank you very much. I miss you too, Ian Slater. I made a recent appearance in a video, and I hope to do so again in the near future. I know that damn Sabu made an appearance in a video recently, and yeah, it's time to get the band back together and make some more videos, Doomcock.
I think I am working on it. And Michael White says it's 12 o'clock noon in Thailand. Wow, high noon. Nearing high noon in Thailand. Wah, wah, wah. That's outstanding. Hail to Thailand. And good night, Eric K. Sleep well and have a wonderful, wonderful week. Let's see. B. Jordan with a $10 super chat. Hail, B. Jordan says, "Crom laughs from his mountain at all this woke BS." Actually, I guess I ought to put my helmet back on for that, don't you? I think I ought to.
Oh, Crom laughs from his mountain at all this woke BS. Thank you, B. Jordan. Doomcock, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. Moving on, by Crom. The Phantom Shadow with a $5 super chat. What a great name. Hail the Phantom Shadow. Says, "Do you think Lucas Disney is still going to use the Veil of the Force to fix Star Wars? Any more info on that?" Yes, I do. The Phantom Shadow, I do. And I have heard a few things. I'm working on some. I want to get a little more information, but I have gotten some. I do believe that they are still going to do this, but the timeline is odd. I'm not sure what the hell is going on timeline-wise over there. I'm a little bit concerned that we still have heard nothing yet about Kathleen Kennedy leaving. I need to follow up with some other sources to see what the hell's going on over there. But I do believe that that is still in the works. And I believe that The Mandalorian is proving that the pro-George Lucas faction at Lucasfilm is ascendant at this time. Hail the Phantom Shadow. B. Jordan with a $10 super chat. Hail, B. Jordan. Thank you again, my friend. Says R.I.P. Margaret Nolan, Girl Painted Gold, Jill Masterson in Goldfinger, my favorite Bond film. So Margaret Nolan has passed. I'm very sorry to hear that. Rest in peace, Jill Masterson. Margaret Nolan, you are a beautiful woman, and you will live forever on the silver screen. Thank you, B. Jordan, for calling that out and calling it to our attention. Chris Nimitz with 10 Polish zlotys, I believe. I believe that's what they are, Polish zlotys. And Chris, thank you. It says, I am unable to watch Picard again. So painful. Agreed. I could never watch that crap again. Never, ever, ever. Thank you, Chris Nimitz. Anti-Derivative Jill with a Dumacorn in the chat. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. Wonderful to have you here tonight. Dayhawk666, my dear friend with a $4.99 super chat. Hail. Dayhawk666 says, I don't know if you heard, but the actor who was picked to be the next Snake Eyes cried about the training being too hard. Thoughts? It's like in the song Super Chicken. Fred, I'm just afraid you'll have to overlook it because you knew the job was dangerous when you took it. Okay. He will drink his super sauce and throw the bad guys for a loss, and he will bring them in alive and kick in. There is someone waiting who will hurry up and rescue you. Just call for Super Chicken. Call for Super Chicken. Damn it, when you take the damn job and you're playing a character named Snake Eyes and you need to do some martial arts stuff, don't bitch about the training. That's all I got to say. And Captain Trek with a $5 super chat. Hail, Captain Trek. God bless you for being here. And before you go, because I see you're going tonight, I want to read the super chat. Captain Trek says, did you hear about Anti-Trekker watching Discovery Season 2 on Wednesday and eating disgusting things to raise money? Last week was something to watch. Dear God in heaven. Wow. Captain Trek, that is sad. That is sad. Anti-Trekker, my God. I hope he raised a lot of money, and God bless Anti-Trekker. Love the guy. We may disagree about certain things regarding certain productions of Star Trek or Star Trek in name only, or however you want to characterize it, but ooh, that's no, I had not heard a thing about that, and geez, kind of sorry to hear it, but I hope he raised a lot of money anyway. Jeez, it's sad to eat disgusting things in vain. That's terrible. It's terrible. Let's see. What else? Jingle Fett with a $20 super chat. Hail, Jingle Fett. Says, hail. Everyone has a weak spot, and for SJW Media, it's direct competition. If people watch old media or don't buy, they can make excuses. But if Drek's numbers drop while the Orvilles soar, people like Kurtzman have no excuse. That's exactly what's going on. And there you go, Jingle Fett. Good night, Dalek 451, and good night, Coreon Witch in Residence. Yes, my friend, I will be in touch. Thank you so much. I've been thinking about how to phrase this, and I need to talk to you, so I will be in touch, Coreon Witch in Residence. And thank you. I liked your super chat about Grant Morrison and Alan Moore. Alan Moore's a very interesting guy, though. I will say that. Jingle Fett, you're right. Drek's numbers are horrible. I can't wait for the Orville to be back so we can see their numbers again. I don't know why the fuck they're still putting up with this horrible fucking Kurtzman shit. I don't know why he still has a job. I don't know why he's still there. It's a catastrophe of unparalleled misery and failure. I don't know what the hell to say. Melissa Lord with a $2 super chat. Hail, Melissa Lord. Thank you for being here. Says, hail, Doomcock. Do you think Mando Season 2 will be good or woke? I don't think that Mando Season 2 is going to be particularly woke. I think from just little snippets and stuff I've heard, I think it's going to be okay. I don't think it's going to be gangbusters. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be kind of more of the same, which if you liked, I think you'll probably enjoy season 2. Although, like I said, I have not seen it myself. Just little fragments here and there. People, rumors that I've heard are basically that it's okay. It's okay. Surak of Vulcan with a $2 super chat. Hail, Surak of Vulcan, father of all we hold true. And Surak of Vulcan says, Columbo confronts Kurtzman about killing Star Trek. Well, let's see if we can make that happen.
Excuse me, sir. Where did you get that franchise? I have to say, I've always wanted a franchise like that. And Mrs. Columbo has always said, Star Trek is a lot of fun. And I'd like to have my own Star Trek. And by the way, though, sir, I have to say, Star Trek's been missing lately. It's been missing for about 3 years. And it was last seen in your company, sir. And I'm just wondering if maybe you have Star Trek knifed and stuck in a trunk somewhere. If it's in a bathtub packed in ice after you sold its kidneys to China or something like that. Basically, I'm treating Star Trek as a homicide, Mr. Kurtzman. I have to say, you've done it wrong, sir. In my opinion, I think that there's some foul play going on here. God knows, I've seen Star Trek Picard, and that was foul play of the foulest order. So yeah, Saraka Vulcan, I think that's basically it. Well, folks, it is past midnight. I have got to go ahead and get a little bit of shut-eye. I've got videos to work on, and I'm a little pooped. But I hope that all of you have had a wonderful time on the Inquisition. We have had a great show tonight. I think it's been a very successful one. And we have over 1,500 likes on this. And even now at this late hour, we still have 1,314 people listening. I just want to thank all of you. I want to say we value you. You are the best damn audience on YouTube. Gary and I deeply appreciate you coming over and listening to the Inquisition every single Sunday night. We are here for you. It's going to be on Gary's channel next week. And I hope that you guys will enjoy it there. Also, I have my 3-year YouTube anniversary coming up on Saturday, October 17th. 3 years ago, I took to the airwaves from the center of the earth to complain about the atrocity of Star Trek Discovery. And 3 years later, still going strong. And it's all because of you guys. And I just want to thank all of you for subscribing and supporting the channel. It means an awful lot to me, and I hope you'll be there to celebrate with me on Saturday. I will probably have an abbreviated Friday Night Frolics, so I'll have a little voice left over for Saturday. So just letting you know about that. And other than that, guys, I just want to say thank you. From the center of the earth, this is Dictor. Oh, wait a minute. I saw that one more super chat came in. Let me go ahead and get to that. We don't leave any super chats behind here. Matt G with a $5 super chat. Hail, Matt G says, my lord, today my friend and I did a private screen rental at the movie theater. And we streamed YouTube. We watched one of your videos on the big screen. Holy crap. How outstanding is that? I made it to the big screen. I made it to the silver screen. How super damn cool is that? Thank you so much, Matt G, for your friendship, your support all these years, and the super chat, and for showing my video on the big screen. That is super damn cool. Wow. I want to thank all my wrenches tonight.
Hail Mike Alonso. What time Saturday? I'm not sure. I may go ahead and have even a split season on a split episode on Saturday. I might do it in the afternoon for UKers out there, and then I may do a couple of hours in the afternoon, and then do some in the evening. If one or the other is the choice, I'll probably do it in the evening, probably around 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, somewhere around there. Wow, that's super cool. Trooper FN 2525. We got to do that, guys. Rent a theater while it's cheap and watch Doomcock vids. LOL. God, wouldn't that be cool? That's what I should do. I should go ahead and rent out a venue in Austin, Texas, and just do an impromptu get together and showing Doomcock videos and stuff like that. How cool would that be? Well, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here. It has been a delight. And from the center of the, I want to thank Gary Beekler as well for being here. Gary, you're awesome. We love you, man. And God bless you. From the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock speaking for Gary Beekler and the Inquisition, bidding you all, my friends, have a wonderful week. Stay safe. And as always, stay angry. Good night, you guys.
Good night. Hey, Sabu, say good night.
Good night, you guys. See you on a Thursday for the Exozone, Friday for Friday Night Frolics, Saturday for my anniversary stream, and then Sunday for the Inquisition. I'm going to be one busy overlord next week. Good night, you guys.